able to source here locally, speaking many different languages that can be utilized when we send them out throughout the region.
There are many supporting facilities like utility and electricity is very good for us, and also government authority in Selangor is very friendly to the business.
And we are right next to the port because 60% of our revenue comes from export. So this is a very, very strategic location for us. And today we export to over 40 countries around the world.
Invest Selangor is at the forefront of the mission to realize Selangor's aspirations as the economic powerhouse of Malaysia. We actively support industrial transformations by bridging investors as well as ventures to what Selangor has to offer as an investment destination.
Invest Selangor will continue to play a key role in promoting Selangor to potential investors from both the local and international business communities.
With Invest Selangor leading the charge, I have no doubt that Selangor will be the next global trade center in the same league as its counterparts across the globe.
The industry's new flagship, the Gulfstream G700, delivers the most spacious, innovative, and flexible interior in the industry, elevating your flight experience to unprecedented heights. Live life to the fullest in the tallest, widest, and longest cabin in business aviation. With up to 5 flexible living areas, including the signature G700 Ultra Galley and an optional grand suite with shower. Define your cabin with a multitude of comfort and customization choices. From ergonomic seats handcrafted for you to an expansive array of the finest materials. Enrich your well-being with 100% fresh outside air, renewed every 2 to 3 minutes. And natural light from 20 of the largest windows in the industry. All comfortably positioned for expansive, panoramic views of the world. An ultra-high-definition circadian lighting system simulates your destination's time of day, reducing jet lag by easing you into your new time zone. And features extraordinary range and control, allowing you to shape light like never before to create unique cabin environments. Arrive refreshed and rejuvenated after a whisper-quiet ride at the lowest cabin altitude in business aviation, minimizing fatigue and stress on the body during globe-spanning flights. Wherever you travel, stream, work, and keep in touch with cutting-edge connectivity options, including JetConnect's Ka-band Wi-Fi, the fastest global internet in the sky. With seamlessly integrated technology and expert craftsmanship, the G700 cabin experience optimizes wellness and maximizes productivity, so you touch down thriving.
AsiaJet, Chan speaking.
Hi, I would like to book a flight to Japan.
Mrs. Wong, great to hear from you. Absolutely. When would you like to take off?
Tonight, in 3 hours?
With pleasure.
Thank you.
Excellent. I'll see you 15 minutes before takeoff time.
Bye.
Bye. Let's get started.
AsiaJet preference list.
AsiaJet, your private jet company.
Selangor to this day remains a leading contributor to the national GDP. The state continues to attract high-quality direct investment in the manufacturing and service sectors, which is testament to the significant role Selangor plays in the growth of Malaysia's economy.
Selangor boasts geographical merits that work to businesses' advantage. This complemented with top-notch infrastructures, conducive business environment, and access to the biggest talent pool of skilled workforce in Malaysia, positioning Selangor as the most ideal destinations for investments.
Selangor, as a state, will focus on 5 core industry clusters that have been identified as the key drivers with the highest potential to promote economic growth. By establishing a strong industrial foundation, we want to create a more vibrant, complementing service sector summarized by our guiding principle, manufacturing-based but service-driven.
This will heavily impact the way we do businesses, especially ones within the 5 core clusters, namely food and beverages, electronics and electrical, machineries and equipment, life sciences, and transport equipment.
Selangor, as you know, is the most advanced state in Malaysia, and they have 2 airports, Subang and Sepang, and they have actually most developed infrastructure as well.
In Selangor itself, I think close to 55% of the total aerospace companies in Malaysia are represented in Selangor, and at the same time, there are about 30% of the total international aerospace companies represented in Selangor as well.
We have seen biotechnology development taking place in Malaysia. We have a very good talent pool in Selangor state. We see a number of talent coming in from other states. In this area as well, Selangor has got an upper hand.
And also the very capable staff that we are able to source here locally, speaking many different languages that can be utilized when we send them out throughout the region.
There are many supporting facilities like utility and electricity is very good for us, and also government authority in Selangor is very friendly to the business.
And we are right next to the port because 60% of our revenue comes from export. So this is a very, very strategic location for us, and today we export to over 40 countries around the world.
Invest Selangor is at the forefront of the mission to realize Selangor's aspirations as the economic powerhouse of Malaysia. We actively support industrial transformations by bridging investors as well as ventures to what Selangor has to offer as an investment destination.
Invest Selangor will continue to play a key role in promoting Selangor to potential investors from both the local and international business communities.
With Invest Selangor leading the charge, I have no doubt that Selangor will be the next global trade center in the same league as its counterparts across the globe.
The industry's new flagship, the Gulfstream G700, delivers the most spacious, innovative, and flexible interior in the industry, elevating your flight experience to unprecedented heights. Live life to the fullest in the tallest, widest, and longest cabin in business aviation. With up to 5 flexible living areas, including the signature G700 Ultra Galley and an optional grand suite with shower. Define your cabin with a multitude of comfort and customization choices. From ergonomic seats handcrafted for you to an expansive array of the finest materials. Enrich your well-being with 100% fresh outside air, renewed every 2 to 3 minutes. And natural light from 20 of the largest windows in the industry. All comfortably positioned for expansive panoramic views of the world. An ultra-high-definition circadian lighting system simulates your destination's time of day, reducing jet lag by easing you into your new time zone. And features extraordinary range and control, allowing you to shape light like never before to create unique cabin environments. Arrive refreshed and rejuvenated after a whisper-quiet ride at the lowest cabin altitude in business aviation, minimizing fatigue and stress on the body during globe-spanning flights. Wherever you travel, stream, work, and keep in touch with cutting-edge connectivity options, including JetConnect's Ka-band Wi-Fi, the fastest global internet in the sky. With seamlessly integrated technology and expert craftsmanship, the G700 cabin experience optimizes wellness and maximizes productivity, so you touch down thriving.
AsiaJet, Chan speaking.
Hi, I would like to book a flight to Japan.
Mrs. Wong, great to hear from you. Absolutely. When would you like to take off?
Tonight, in 3 hours.
With pleasure.
Thank you.
Excellent. I'll see you 15 minutes before takeoff time.
Bye.
Bye. Let's get started.
AsiaJet preference list.
AsiaJet, your private jet company.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being with us today, Day 2 AsBAA Malaysia Virtual Safety Forum 2021. To begin with, I'd like to welcome our keynote speaker, Dato' Hassan Azhari bin Haji Idris, CEO of Invest Selangor, which will be in the form of pre-recording. Please enjoy.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. Thank you to AsBAA for giving us the opportunity to invest Selangor, to share the investment opportunities in Selangor. I will share with you the investment opportunities, what the Invest Selangor is all about, the AsDAICO, our initiatives, and so on. My first slide will share with you on the Selangor's economic strength, where Selangor actually is the most developed state in Malaysia, contributing 24.2% of the national GDP in 2019, and we are the most highly populated state with 6.5 million populations, and we are enjoying the highest manufacturing growth in Malaysia. The growth for manufacturing sector in Selangor is 5.3%. It's higher than national growth, and even we are the highest economic growth in Malaysia with 6.7% as compared to Malaysia with 4.3%. In any industrialized state or most developed state, talent pool is the most important thing. In Selangor, the labor participation rate is at 76%, and 3 out of 5 are employed in management professional or skilled jobs. And for those not familiar about Selangor state, actually Selangor is centrally located in the peninsula of Malaysia, and if you familiar with Kuala Lumpur, actually Selangor is surrounding Kuala Lumpur. For the better understanding, if you land in KLIA or Kuala Lumpur International Airport, actually it is in Selangor State. And in terms of connectivity, the main seaport in the country is located in Selangor State, which is Port Klang, the 12th busiest container port in the world. And of course, the main airport for the country is also located in Selangor State, which is KLIA and also Subang Sky Park. And most major cities in Selangor is connected by the highways as well as the rail network. Selangor produces more than 60,000 graduates annually, and with the multilingual workforce with high English proficiency. And actually Selangor enjoys where the more than 160 higher learning institutions is located in Selangor. As I mentioned in previous slide, that 3 out of 5 are employed in management professionals and skilled jobs. Looking back into our previous investment performance, just to share, this slide shows the past 10 years performance of the approved manufacturing projects into Selangor State. For the past 3 years, we have been enjoying the quite high recipients of the approved investment project, especially in the manufacturing sector. Last year, we are at the #1 positions in the country with 18.4 billion ringgit of investment in the manufacturing sector. In terms of promoting investment into the state of Selangor, we are focusing on 5 core clusters of industries, namely F&B manufacturing, transport equipment, which is inclusive of automotive and also aerospace industries, Third one will be the life sciences, which is inclusive of pharmaceutical, biotechnology, healthcare services, medical devices, and so on. Fourth one is the machineries and equipment. And last but not least is the electrical and electronics. However, if there is any investment other than these 5 core clusters, we are still facilitating and coordinating the project implementations. As the incentives for all these projects or investment in Selangor State, of course, we are the investors will be given various incentives by the federal government, such as pioneer status, investment tax allowances, reinvestment allowance, import duty exemptions, and so on. And last year, the government of Malaysia, under the Malaysia's Economic Recovery Plan, introduces additional incentive such as the 0% tax rate for 10 years for new investment in manufacturing sector with capital investment between 300 million to 500 million ringgit or 70 to 116 million US dollar, and also 0% tax rate for 15 years for new investment in manufacturing sector with capital investment above 500 million or above 116 million US dollar, and also 100% ITA or investment tax allowance for 3 years for existing companies in Malaysia relocating overseas facilities into Malaysia with capital investment above 300 million ringgit Malaysia. So this is among the additional incentives introduced by the Malaysian government under the plan under the name of Penjana or Plan Jana Semula Ekonomi Negara. Next, a brief about the Invest Selangor. Invest Selangor is the investment promotion agency for the Selangor State Government. Of course, our key functions is to promote investment into the state of Selangor, as well as facilitating the investment applications or facilitating the approval of applications with the government agencies, especially within the Selangor State Government and also local authority. And third one is the coordinating your project implementations. Of course, to complete the ecosystem, we are working together with federal and state agencies, business chambers and associations, industry players, financial institutions, as well as higher learning institutions to make sure that you will be getting the right talent for you to operate in Selangor State. Just to share with you that in Selangor, in Invest Selangor, last year we set up new divisions in within Invest Selangor. We call it Selangor Darul Ehsan Aerospace Industry Coordination Office, or in short, we call it AsDAICO. Maybe many of you did not realize that most of the aerospace related activities in Malaysia is located in Selangor. A report from Malaysian's Aerospace Industries Associations saying that more than 60% of the aerospace industries in Malaysia is located in Selangor State, and we are really pushing the aerospace industries in Selangor State, and we have come up with our own initiative which we call Selangor Aerospace Action Plan, which guide us in how we can facilitate or accommodate the industry players in better way. And we are also set up the Selangor Aerospace Council, which chaired by the Chief Minister of Selangor itself, which comprising the council members comprising of the federal and state government agencies, the industry players, the associations, so that we will sit down, or we will be having meeting twice a year to discuss future trends, the current trends, and also what are the policies that we want to introduce and so on. The aerospace ecosystem in Selangor State focusing or concentrating in 3 areas, which we call 3S, or in the slide shows that there are 3 areas there. The top one is in the district of Selangor. We call it the Serendah area. Second one in the middle is the Subang area, and the lower part is the Sepang area where KLIA is. So these three S we are focusing for these aerospace related industries, which involve the northern part in Serendah. We have a development by the UMW development with the area of 800 over acres, and now the UMW Aerospace is already there. The T7 is already there, and few more coming. A few more companies will be coming to this one of the latest industrial park in Selangor. Of course, in Subang is a more mature area as compared to other area where the various industry players located in this surrounding Subang area. Just now I did mention about the Selangor Aerospace Action Plan. This action plan is for the year 2020 till 2030. This the 10 years action plan has been developed through a series of meetings and also discussions with federal and state agencies, and also with the communities of the aerospace to gain input in developing the action plan for the development of aerospace industries in Selangor. And the action plan is aligned also with the Malaysian Aerospace Blueprint 2030, and having identified the core subsectors such as MRO, aerospace manufacturing, system integrations, engineering and design, as well as training and educations. Of course, it will also aims to solve the issues being faced beyond core sectors, such as the issues such as the business aviation, as well as the common issues that affect multiple segments of the industries. Should you interested to know more about the Selangor Aerospace Action Plan, you can download the action plan through our website that I share in this slide, which is www.investselangor.my. The key objectives of the Selangor Aerospace Action Plan will consist of the various topics: the geographical area, the market of product sectors, promotions or promoting among youth, which is getting the interest of the youth to involve in aerospace industries, to address the key challenges such as the tax, talent, technology, land, regulations, funding, and so on, and also addressing the support structure, such as the proposing the solutions to promote aerospace industries in Selangor. And we are aiming to have a global best practice to be practiced in Selangor State, and also to have regional benchmarking or to provide recommendation on incentive plans from regional benchmarking in ASEAN countries. Some of the key key initiatives within this Aerospace Action Plan, it covers 7 action areas with 30 action items, which is the 7 action areas will be the infrastructure with 4 action items, regulations covering 7 action items, the market access covering 2 action items, incentive, funding, education and training, and other initiatives as well. As I mentioned just now, you can get the details from the you can download from the website just now. And next initiative by Invest Selangor and also State Government of Selangor. This year, we plan to have Selangor Aviation Show in August. This aviation show is not like Lima, but it is more focusing on business aviations and general aviations. So we want to promote this event will be organized in Subang Sky Park. Of course, the objective is to position Malaysia, especially Selangor, as the business aviations and general aviation hub, and positioning the ecosystem as well as services available and the ease of doing business for potential investors and also for OEMs. Second one is to promote and position Malaysia as the number one for the business aviations and general aviation global community in all areas of aircraft registration, services, manufacturing, recreational activities, perfect lifestyle destinations, and endless tourism possibilities. And of course, last but not least, to promote and expand our local SME capabilities as well as talent availability in the aerospace ecosystem in Selangor. The show will be hosted by State Government of Selangor and also organized by Invest Selangor and AsDAA. Will be on the 12th and 14th of August 2021. It's 4 days event from Thursday to Saturday, and the venue, as I mentioned just now, at Subang Sky Park RAC. So those industry players are all invited to join, whether as exhibitor or as visitor. Of course, the focus, the profile of this show will be including the business jets, general aviations, aircraft, helicopters, drones, training centers, finance institutions, training centers, SMEs, and so on. And of course, visitors' profile will include high net worth individuals, public listed companies, MNCs, OEM manufacturers, aerospace related companies, training institutes, airport handlers, and so on. And with this current COVID-19 pandemic, we will make sure that the events will be organized according to the SOPs by the Majlis Keselamatan Negara, or MKN. We will strictly follow the SOPs that will be given. So initially we want to have this event in April, but we already rescheduled to August. We hope that by August the situations of the pandemic will be getting better, and we hope by then the borders will be open for visitors and for exhibitors from overseas can participate in this event. Okay, next slide is just to show you some of the events that will be taking place during the 4 days event. Of course, it's still subject to changes. So far, we've been talking to various OEM players for them to showcase their products, to showcase their aircraft, and so on. They will be only static shows. There is no flying activities or whatnot, because for this first year we want to limit some activities due to the various restrictions that we have for this year. And we are this program is not open to public at large. Public will be invited, will be coming in based on the invitations only, so that we will be able to manage the crowd accordingly. Of course, next slide will be some of the what I call it, the exhibitors package, the flyers on the Selangor Aviation's issue, and so on. And for further inquiries for this program, you may refer to my colleague, Ms. Liana or Puan Baria, and the email and the contact numbers that shown in the slide. I think with that, I conclude my presentations today. We hope that you will be benefited from my presentations. Should you have any further questions, you can always ask. My officer will be around today to answer your questions and inquiries. With that, once again, thank you to AsBAA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dato' Hassan, for a very insightful, very informative session. We appreciate your support as always, and we hope that our members, our audience, learn a little bit more about investing in Selangor. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to highlight here that if you would like to reposition, if you would like to invest, Selangor with the entire ecosystem definitely is displaced. Thank you. The next one, AsBAA is honored to welcome Ms. Norma binti Osman, our Deputy Secretary General MOT. Ms. Norma will present to us about a topic which is business aviation as a key pillar of the aviation industry in Malaysia. And it will be in a form of pre-recording as well. Please enjoy. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning, AsBAA board members and all AsBAA members from Malaysia and abroad, participants from the business aviation and general aviation industry, community and ecosystem at large, and to the various aviation college students and staff present under the AsBAA Discovery Initiative. First and foremost, and on behalf of the Ministry of Transport, I would like to congratulate AsBAA for organizing the AsBAA Malaysia Virtual Safety Forum 2021, which I believe is the first such international scale for the business aviation industry in Malaysia following the success of AsBAA's Virtual Safety Summit 2020. Secondly, I must also congratulate AsBAA and all its partners and sponsors for coming together and combining resources for this gratis event, thereby enabling relevant industry players to participate and understand the critical aspects of aviation safety today. I would like to reiterate the Minister of Transport's opening remarks yesterday, that is, the Minister of Transport's participation in this forum is aimed at underscoring the government's commitment towards the growing business aviation and general aviation community in Malaysia, whilst ensuring that safety consideration remains at the forefront. The transport sector is the driver of our nation's growth, and going forward, the availability of a high-quality transport system is a fundamental building block towards becoming a developed nation. It is the Ministry of Transport's main intention to provide safe, reliable, affordable, and sustainable transport services to the people. In line with this commitment, the National Transport Policy (NTP) 2019-2030 has been developed to outline the policy thrusts and strategies to enhance our economic competitiveness and to provide strong social impact, particularly with respect to inclusivity and accessibility, while reducing the negative impact to the transport system on the environment. Under NTP Trust 3, namely enhanced safety, integration, connectivity, and accessibility for seamless journey, Ministry of Transport aims to provide seamless journey for passenger and goods by enhancing safety level, improving connectivity between transport modes, service integration through digitalization, and accessibility to transport services, including affordability. In the aviation sector, without doubt, safety is an extremely important area of focus, attention, and development. The Ministry and the Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia, CAA Malaysia, are committed in ensuring all flights in Malaysia, including business aviation, BA, and general aviation, GA flights, are operated in a safe manner, and to ensure that flight passengers in Malaysia have the confidence and assurance that any flight they are taking is a safe flight. Safety is not limited merely to flight training and regulations and laws. Safety is wide and all-encompassing, understanding the machines and the aircraft, understanding our personal constraints, appreciating and understanding that everyone in the BA and GA ecosystem has a role to play in ensuring safe operations, including air traffic control, engineering, and ground handling. In Malaysia, the business aviation industry is also relatively young and is therefore providing room for growth and improvement. Currently, there are 12 MRO operators and 28 general aviation operators, including helicopter and flying club in Subang Airport. In 2019, 28,524 GA aircraft movements were recorded. The numbers reduced drastically to 16,748 GA aircraft movements in 2020 due to COVID-19 pandemic. According to AsBAA Malaysia, there are 61 business jets, 149 helicopters, and 18 turboprop aircrafts in Malaysia as at fourth quarter 2020. Business aviation is now becoming a new potential growth area to be explored as this sector is significantly expanding in the region. According to the report published by Globe Air in comparing to commercial flights, flying private is 30 times less COVID-19 risky, with a minimal risk of infection and the ability to fly long distances. Private aviation has proven to be a reliable choice among a wide variety of individuals, from the typical working class to business people and government officials. According to MIDA, in commercial aviation, it is a two-way race between Airbus and Boeing. Meanwhile, in business aviation, there are a lot of OEMs competing in the region, such as Gulfstream, Bombardier, Dassault, Embraer, Cessna, Pilatus, and Honda Jet. OEMs assume a vital aspect of the ecosystem in business aviation. Apart from the operations and maintenance of business jets in the region, the industry has a significant characteristic that separates it from the commercial aviation industry, which is customization and craftsman. While commercial aircraft are mass-produced on the production line, business jets tend to be more handcrafted, especially for the interior of the aircraft. These require high-value craftsmen with skill sets in fine detailing and build-up engineering work, and could potentially be a key area of focus for growth in the region. Major hubs for the sector include Beijing, Hong Kong, and Shanghai, followed closely by Singapore in terms of business aviation aircraft movements. This city airport ecosystem, coupled with our strategic location and cost competitiveness in terms of labor and infrastructure, has contributed to Malaysia becoming a strong competitor in this area. Ladies and gentlemen, MOD sees the development of the business aviation industry in Malaysia to be contingent on the following aspects and entities coming together. Number one, the policy and regulatory environment where MOD, CAA Malaysia, and MAFCOM play key roles. Number two, the infrastructure environment where Invest Selangor and Malaysia Airports play key roles. Number three, the investment environment where MITI and agencies like MATRADE and NICO lead the way. And finally, the aviation ecosystem like the jet owners, operators, ground handlers, MROs, FBOs, financiers, and leasing companies, aviation legal practitioners, insurers, and many other support businesses. We recognize that to make it work, these elements must be resolved in whole and not in parts. We therefore urge our Malaysian industry players, including regulators, to learn from the industry's best and employ the best practices so that we can grow business aviation to the highest standards here. Ladies and gentlemen, today, Lapangan Terbang Sultan Abdul Aziz Shah, LTSAAS Subang, hosts over 30 operator tenants across various aviation segments, many of which have mid to long-term contractual agreement of up to over 40 years. Moving forward, under Subang Airport Regeneration Plan, LTSAAS will be positioned as a business aviation and aerospace hub in this region and as a smart, efficient city airport. The development is expected to be completed by 2035 and will transform LTSAAS as a modern and smart city airport. Regarding the allegations that unlicensed private jets are being used for commercial purposes at the Subang Airport, MOD wishes to reiterate that the Ministry viewed the issue of illegal charter jets for commercial purposes very seriously. According to Section 36(1) of the Malaysian Aviation Commission Act 2015, Act 771, it is required for any party providing commercial non-scheduled flight services, including operating private jets, for charter to obtain an air service permit from the Malaysian Aviation Commission, MAVCOM. In addition, Section 36(2) of Act 771 governs airlines which are permitted to operate non-scheduled services under the terms of any agreement or arrangement entered into by the government. In addition, only licensed airlines with valid or air operator certificate AOC issued by the respective countries are allowed to apply for the rights to provide private jets for chartered purposes to ferry passengers within Malaysia for hire or reward. This is necessary to ensure that flight services adhere to technical and safety requirements as established by the ICAO Malaysia. In view of the increase in demand for private flight services and the need to encourage business growth in this commercial aviation subsector, the Ministry at this time will review all related policies, including holding dialogue sessions with the relevant stakeholders. MOD, together with ICAO Malaysia and MAVCOM, is currently working together to come up with a regulation to govern the business aviation and general aviation industry in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to thank AsBAA for organizing the AsBAA Malaysia Virtual Safety Forum 2021, the first such international scale for the business aviation industry in Malaysia, and also for all stakeholders, partners, and sponsors in ensuring the success of this event. To all the distinguished speakers, foreign guests, a big thank you for your great support for this event. We look forward to a continued strong relationship with the Business Aviation Association as we work together towards building a stronger BA and GA community for everyone's benefit. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rosma, for your presentation. In AsBAA, we would really appreciate MOT support for all of our activities, our engagement. Thank you once again, and I hope everyone will get inspired by this session. Thank you. Our next session is on understanding of ICAO USOAP CMA audit, two states by Captain Datuk Yahya Abdul Rahman and Mr. Zainul Abidin Maslan. Major Kandaya will be joining us live from the studio as well. While our team are making sure everything is good, to both gentlemen, whenever you are ready, the stage is yours.
Very good morning. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to talk on this subject today. The subject that I will go through with you all is the ICAO Universal Safety Audit Program. This audit has been carried out by ICAO to almost all the ICAO contracting states, about 190 for the whole world. A bit about myself. I served Royal Malaysian Air Force for 12 years. Then I joined the Department of Civil Aviation then as an inspector, and I was the Director of Flight Operation. Total service in DCA was 30 years. Then I retired from there. Subsequently, I joined the Air Accident Investigation Bureau under Ministry of Transport for about 5 years. Throughout my previous stay in the in the DCA, I was involved in this audit program by ICAO, as well as the FAA audit. They call it IASA audit program that happened in about 2003. So I hope with that involvement, I can go through with you all on this USOP audit. This is the scope that I'm going to go through with you all after, so it won't take very long. I think that I can finish it less than 20 minutes. And then USOP mean, I call it USOP. USOP actually is a Universal Safety Audit Program. And then the CMA is a continuous approach. So this USOP audit is a very structured audit. I think everybody knows what is audit all about, but this USOP audit is a very structured with a proper planning, conduct and reporting, and the objective is to determine the state capability for safety oversight. So another word, the oversight. Oversight means to ensure that the industry is meeting the ICAO standard and recommended practice. So I hope you understand that. And then conduct of this audit. So what happened is that before this audit is carried out to any state, there will be an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, signed between the ICAO and the state that going to be audited. I just put Malaysia there for my previous slide. And of course, there is a guideline stated very clearly in Doc 9735. So both parties can follow that. And then this audit will cover 8 areas. That is legislation, organization, personal licensing, operation, airworthiness, accident investigation, air navigation services, and the aerodrome service. There are 8 areas. And for the auditor, when they do their physical audit at the state, they are using reference tools, we call it protocol question, PQs. So this protocol question is very structured and being given to the auditee or the state about 1 or 2 months prior to the audit. And all these PQs is linked to the 8 critical elements. I'll go through with you after what is this critical element. And then, of course, if the PQs is being satisfactorily answered and effectively implemented, so they call it EI. EI is effective implementation. So if you are getting a satisfactory EI, that means you pass the audit. That is based on the protocol question. If you couldn't pass, I mean there are shortfall in the implementation, then you are getting unsatisfactory PQs or audit at that particular question. So these are the audit areas. Again, there are 8 areas as well, and every areas they cover all the annexes, standard and recommended practice. I put there in red because that was my last audit involvement, accident investigation. So in this case, like accident investigation, it involved Annex 13, which is accident investigation, accident incident investigation, and Annex 19 is the SMS, safety management system. So the rest, you can look, legislation, personal licensee, aircraft operation, airworthiness, organization, air navigation, and aerodrome. These are all the areas that they will cover during the audit. The last audit that we had, about 7 auditors came down. Few of them from Montreal, and maybe I think 3 or 4 are under study. So the understudy also will take a few of these areas which they are expert in. Critical elements. I mentioned just now, there are 8 critical elements to be looked into by these auditors. For example, critical element 1 on the legislation, our ACTA, regulation, they will look at whether it's appropriate or is insufficient. And then we have the critical element 2, the supporting document, whether our regulatory body having sufficient supporting document to support their inspectors to do their work. And then we have critical element 3, state civil aviation system safety oversight function. Then number 4, technical personnel. 5, technical guidance tools. And then you see that the 3 critical elements implement. These are more on the implementation. For example, issuing a license, AOC, authorization, and CAE 7, surveillance obligation, whether the in-house, the state carry out their function to audit the operator, as well as the resolution, what are the findings and how we ensure that the operators are doing their rectification of the findings. So these are the CE, critical elements. And then of course, before audit is carried out, in this case, the state or the CAM, CAA plus AIG, Accident Investigation Group, there is, we call it SAAQ, State Aviation Activity Questionnaire. This has to be completed by the state. That means there are about 40, 50 questions asking what are the activities of the state. And then before the audit is carried out, using the electronic filing, electronic way of answering the question, we have to complete, update, and we call it compliance checklist. These are the checklists based on the standard and recommended practice. For example, if we are not able to fulfill the ICAO standard practice, we have to state the reason, and we got to file the differences. This has got to be done, and the auditors from the ICAO will look into our compliance to this filing of differences. Completion update of the USOP CMA protocol question. These are the, as I mentioned earlier, the protocol question, the PQs will be sent earlier, and is for us to update it, to complete it, and be ready for the audit. The conduct of the audit, of course, when this auditor arrive, this protocol question will be read again, and we have to show them. Normally this is a famous word, show me. And then they say that whether the implementation is complete or not, or is it satisfactory or unsatisfactory. If it is satisfactory, then it's okay for the audit. But then if it is not, then they put it unsatisfactory PQ or lack of effective implementation. There's no such thing as 50%. Either you pass or fail in this answering the PQs. There are about roughly about 10,000 standard and recommended practice to be answered in the electronic differences data. And then the PQs about 1,099 that involve all the 19 annexes that is mandatory for us to comply from the ICAO annexes. These are the number of the PQs. Of course, like legislation, that 28 question is sufficient to cover all the areas, but you can see that airworthiness about 245, air navigation about 225. So these are the question that will be asked, and then the auditor will look at the implementation. If they are satisfactory with the audit, then then we will get a pass on that PQs. So these PQs are all linked to the critical element. This was done, the last one done, I was at the Accident Investigation Bureau at this time, 2nd to 12th May 2016. We can see that the two auditors came. The one that nearer to this side is the head of the auditor. He took AIG as his audit in their audit allocation among themselves. So there are a lot of reference that we use to answer them, and then they will form up their opinion on our Accident Investigation Bureau at MOT. So I go through with you because this was done by myself. For example, CE1, the primary legislation, there was one finding, two findings. For example, here they say that independent of the investigation, non-disclosure of CVR information. I just quote you one, this experience of me with this AIG is that the non-disclosure of information was not written in the primary legislation. It was on the regulation rather than the act. So they say that that should be upgraded to the act, because this non-disclosure is very important. The ICAO feel that nobody should disturb this, even these other agency. That's what they are trying to say. So it has to be on the ACTA or the Act of the Parliament. So then, of course, there are about 29 findings on our side during that audit. These are the examples. Of course, once audit is completed, the auditors will come up with a draft report, and they will provide us the draft report for comment. Once we comment with the draft report, then they will come up with a final report. That's how the final report look like from the slide. And you can see that in the final report, these are one of the important area that we look, the scorecard. That is the score being put into a graph. So you can see here in the CM, the 8 areas now. I focus on the accident investigation. our score was 75.93. It's so detailed, 2 decimal place. And the blue line is indicating the ICAO standard. The ICAO feel that if you go below the standard, you need a lot of work to upgrade yourself to make sure that we are always above this ICAO line. Of course, once we got the final report, we know where we stand. We have to look into the area that being detected by the auditor. So we have to do a corrective action. It's not that difficult, except for those I mentioned, that CE1, where you need to put to upgrade the requirement into Act. That may need time, but the rest normally it can be done. For example, I think the CAM, they admit that the QTP, qualified technical people, personnel, was lacking, insufficient. So it need really strong willpower or political power to assist CAM in getting the personnel. We can see that our CAM is getting more people now to do the function. So these are the corrective action required by this USOP audit, and they expect us to come up with a template where we report back to ICAO regional office in Bangkok, and then they will assist us, and if we close the finding, they will adjust the scorecard just now. So this is how the USOP audit goes. Now, these are the actually I make a mistake. It's not a state, a significant safety concern. These are the worries of every country. If we get this declaration by the auditor, state safety significant safety concern, and we are actually the state is no good in their implementation of the standard and recommended practice. So I understand from the press, Thailand, they were getting one of these state significant safety concern. It took them about 2 years to get it back to close the finding. So when come to this USOP audit, please avoid from getting this. All right. Okay, these are the latest research that I got from the website. Actually, it's quite easy in the ICAO. So not much changes, but I want to attract your attention to the Air Accident Investigation Group. We were just now at 76, but because of our effort to close the finding, in fact, I visited the regional office in Bangkok and check with them whether they receive our feedback on the finding and all that. So you see the mark has changed. I was surprised to see that the mark has changed to 79. So from 76, about 3 or 4 points higher. So this is important for the rest to look at your point and get back to the ICAO regional office and try to do a corrective action for whichever area that need improvement. Then you can get it in the ICAO website. You can make comparison. So we can see that the blue bar all at almost 100%. It's good to see, and you know which country that can achieve to that high standard. And then we put a comparison, Malaysia as well as Indonesia. So it's up to us to see where we stand and how hard we have to work to achieve the 100%. It's not impossible to achieve the 100%. Because we can do it slowly and one by one to rectify the PQs. I think that's about all my presentation today. I hope you get hindsight of this audit. It become very important now. Every state will be assessed by this, by the result of this audit, to the way we implement our compliance to the standard and recommended practice of the ICAO. As a summary, or to sum up, USOP CMA audit program, normally it take place about 10 years interval. But in between, the regional office may come and help us. ICAO is not trying to fail us, but they want to help so that all states that need help by result of the audit, they will come and help. So anytime we can ask ICAO regional office to help, so that we get back to what the aviation is supposed to be. This also to ensure the safety of the industry. Of course, the result will be published in ICAO website. I think this is for the public to assess. You can see that, like the comparison just now, you can see it clearly. There's no secret about it. Again, close coordination with the regional office is desirable by the state, whoever state is after doing the program. Even the normal aviators can assess the ICAO USOP audit. You can see the result and can tell what are the criteria for requirements of the standard and recommended practice. And of course, we have to take serious on this, because this eventually will determine how serious we are looking into the safety of the aviation. So with that summing up, I thank you very much for your attention, and it has been long not meeting our friends due to this pandemic. So thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Captain Dato Yaya. The presentation was very elaborate and very insightful. I think those listeners out there would be very happy to know that Malaysia is not too far off, but above the average, global average in our USO AP audit. Before we get into the discussion, I'd like to invite Encik Zadul Abidin Maslan to join us from CAM.
Yes, good morning, Major Kandaya. Good morning, Yang Berbahagia Dato' Yahya. And good morning also to Miss Aida Ismail.
For taking time to join us. Okay, I think without further ado, let's engage in a discussion that I think we should be able to offer the listeners out there some additional insight. Just to touch on the presentation earlier from Dato' Yahya, from the chart that was presented, the area of aerodrome seems to be of concern. We seem to be scoring lower than the global average. Would you be able to share what is the main areas that's causing that score to be low? We can take both of you. Zainul, you can go first.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, with regards to aerodrome, or we call it AGA, yes, we scored 50% during the last audit in 2016. The main areas of concern actually are certification issues, which is related to our tests as well as number of inspectors. At the moment, we are doing the corrective actions to rectify this. Actually, during the last validated exercise conducted by ICAO, we clear few PQs, and certainly they have revised the questions and actually the percentage has gone up a little bit. It's not shown yet in the online framework. However, when they are ready, they will update it. But still, we are always continuously improve our oversight, not only on AGA, but as well as other areas. We can see previously in personnel licensing, in flight operations, in airworthiness, and ANS. Although we are above the global average, above 75%, but we are always continuously updating ourselves, improving ourselves. Actually, our internal target is much higher than 75%.
Just to add, sometimes it takes time for the ICAO to say that you have closed. It takes time because there are so many states involved. So sometimes we need to cross-check with them as you receive our. So these are the things that need close coordination between us and the regional office in Bangkok.
Thank you. I think from the explanation given, I think we are in the right direction. I think Malaysia is in the right direction to increase the score. Yes, we take note that it takes time. But again, I think the positive approach is good, that we are progressing. Next, I would probably want to explore your thoughts on how does the USOAP audit impact the practical operators, generally the industry players. How do you see this impacting the industry players as far as the safety is concerned?
Okay. My experience in the flight ops, when we got so many unsatisfactory FQ, because that the rest of the world can have access. So before we get a landing right, or before we go to another state or airline, these are the things that being looked by the authority on the foreign country. So the foreign country, they will judge. But that doesn't mean that they don't allow our line to come in. But then they will increase their supervision or their surveillance over our operators. That's normally happened so far. And this may continue, okay, to see the safety of the state operator before they accept the landing right.
Thank you, Dato'. Cik Zainal, do you have anything to comment?
Okay, thank you, Major. Okay, and firstly, we have to understand what is CMA. Just now, Dato' Yahya already mentioned it is a continuous monitoring approach, CMA, whereby states, contracting states are obliged to use ICAO online framework, or we call it OLF, to continuously update the SAAQ. Dato' Yahya already mentioned that there are about 50 questions. We also need to update the compliance checklist on EFOD, electronic filing of differences, whereby there are thousands of standards that we need to comply. And if there are amendments to these standards, we need to continuously update. That means we don't stop before or after the audit. We are always doing it. And we also need to update our corrective action plan, whereby those non-satisfactory PQ, we need to address it. And Malaysia has been actively updating our caps, as well as the self-assessment. Even those satisfactory PQ, although it was assessed as satisfactory, we need to continuously update through self-assessment. That is, we are auditing ourselves. In CM right now, our divisions, they have their own self-assessment, and we have our own quality and standards division to verify whether those actions is validated or not. Okay, that's part of internal CM works. For our expectation to the industry or operators, we need to ensure that our operators are fully implement the safety management system. Under this safety management system, there are safety requirements that involve all these safety directives that we already published recently under the CADs. So these new standards in the directive are always in line with ICAO standards, that whereby if there is any amendment, we have to amend it, and these operators need to comply with these standards.
Thank you, Chair Zainul. I think the earlier question was very much more from a regulator perspective or the state perspective. Now, maybe I want to pick your mind on what do you think from the operator point of view, where are the operators as far as meeting the compliance requirements? Are they doing what they're supposed to do? Or do you, with your experience and exposure, do you think there are areas or specific issues that the operators should take more concern and should be addressing on a more serious note to improve, collectively to improve Malaysia's position? Because end of the day, it is going to impact the operator if the state does not score a decent score for the ESOP audit. So maybe comments from you.
First and foremost, I would like to congratulate CM because they have, I think, implement the new CAD, Civil Aviation Directive today, isn't it? Effective today. So that probably is following up of these PQs. So we have to make sure that our regulation is clear and transparent and in line with the standard and recommended practice. So this make operator a bit easier to comply when the regulation is standardized from with other part of the world.
Zainul, anything from your side?
Okay. If we talk about USOP CMA, it is about the state functions, state oversight functions. So just now, Captain Yahya mentioned the 8 critical elements, right? Remember, there are implementation. This is where the industry come in. How we control this industry? By certifying them. We issue certificates, we give them permits, we give them approvals. After we issue certificates or approvals, we need to conduct surveillance to them. How we conduct surveillance is through audits, inspection, and also monitoring. And following this, if there is any non-compliance, we need to ensure that the industry, the certificate holders, do the corrective actions. If there are violations, we need to take enforcement action. These 3 elements, elements is 6, 7, and 8, really directly involve the operators. So the effect of USOP CMA, yes, it indirectly affect, but it is up to the CAA to implement it.
Thank you, Zainul. Okay, now maybe we want to just digress a little bit. While we are talking about audit, yes, we are talking about the USOP CMA audit. Maybe, yeah, we have scored quite reasonably high, I think 75, 79% range. But how does that differ from the FAA audit, which has been a pain, I think, to us since the last downgrading of Malaysia? So maybe you can share with me and the audience the difference between this audit and the FAA audit, and how while we are doing good on one audit, the other side we don't seem to be doing that good. Maybe some thoughts from you.
FAA audit, or they call it IASA audit, they are more focused on the airworthiness and the ops of these two. The audit are more focused on this operation and the airworthiness. And their audit, of course, they don't audit based on their law on the American law, but they are audit based on the standard and recommended practices, whether we comply or we don't comply. But then their objective is more like if our airline were to go into US, so they need to know whether we have sufficient oversight over the operator. So this is up to FAA to determine at our level which level we are on the safety enforcement to our airline, to our industry. So it's different, but they follow the concept of complying to standard and recommended practice.
Thank you, Dato'. Cik Zainul.
Okay, yes, Dato' Yaya mentioned the correct thing that for FAA EASA audit, the focus is personnel licensing for pilots and aircraft engineers, as also on flight operation and airworthiness of aircraft. On CM side, we are doing our best to rectify those non-compliance with which downgraded us. We already fill up many of the vacant posts in flight operation and airworthiness. The main issue last time during FAA was a lack of personnel and lack of training. After the result until today, we have filled up all the posts actually. We have now 30 airworthiness inspectors. We have 24 flight operation inspectors compared to 5 previously. And these personnel are now qualified because they have already undergone their training, classroom, including OJT that we conducted through a third party, and they are now can be considered as a QTP. They are already qualified technical personnel. So hopefully, we are arranging with FAA to re-audit us on those non-compliance, hopefully by end of this year. So hopefully we can achieve, get back to FAA Cat 1 category.
Thank you, Cik Zainul. I'm sure we will get there. I think together, the industry and the authorities, I think we will work hand in hand to ensure that we get to where we want to be in the next audit with FAA, which is Cat 1. And hopefully the effort put in by CAM, and like what Dato' Yaya was saying, yes, CAM is progressing fast now, coming up with a lot of changes, improvements, and I think that's going to help the industry in totality to move forward and ensure that we are up there with the best. And now just to touch a little bit on another slide that Dato' Yaya put forward just now. You know, we see one country has got all close to 100%, whereas we are about in the 75 to 90. What do you think is the main differences or the main challenges that we have to be at the 100% line? Maybe some ideas with about 50 years of experience behind Dato' Yaya. Maybe you can share some insights that will be useful for the people.
Just to be frank, I had long in the flight operation. The manning is only 50% all the way. So I think now with the move done by CAM, filling up the post, then only the work can be done. Definitely there are a lot of work to be done by individual of different background. So with the filling up of the post, that make the work easier, and definitely all the areas can be covered. Yeah.
Thank you, Dato'. Cik Zainul, maybe you can add something?
Okay, ICAO and their global aviation safety plan has their own targets. Yeah, right now their target is 60% EI. For 2022, the EI target is 75%, and 2024 is 85%. That is ICAO target. However, for CM, our target is to achieve earlier than IQ gas target. We want to achieve more than what we have now. And this will affect, of course, will affect our implementation of safety oversight that I mentioned earlier. We will actively doing our improvement on our regulation, that is directives, so that our certification processes, our surveillance processes, and our enforcement processes are up to date and current so that we can score higher.
Thank you, Jazanol. Okay, now let's look at another area that I think was mentioned by Zainul just now on the industry players ensuring that they comply with the SMS system, SMS requirements. What do you think? If I were to ask you, maybe two things that will help the implementation of SMS on a more successful basis, because I think yesterday the main issues that we were addressing was data, cost, and the size, complexity of organization. But safety is safety. I think we all know it doesn't matter how complex or how simple it is. If something happens, the effects are the same. So if I were to ask you for two things that can help you, two tools that can help you to ensure that the SMS implementation can be successful, what would you think the two will be?
From my observation is that the industry need to change the attitude and perception to reporting, because under SMS program, hazard reporting is very important in coming up with resolution of the safety issues. So I hope that this reporting culture, we inculcate reporting culture to our aviators. So it doesn't matter who. When it comes to human factors issue, we are very reluctant to report. But these are the important hazard that we identify. If it is reported, then definitely we can take care of the recurrence so that it won't recur. Yeah. Okay. And also we have to be mindful that I spoke to the CEO, CAM, so that all these unintentional mistake that done by engineers or by the crew, if they report, we should absolve them from any blame. So this may help to encourage reporting. Yeah.
Thank you, Dato'. Cik Zainul?
Okay. For me, under safety management, the main issue are training and culture. When we talk about training, about safety awareness, it must involve not only the technical personnel, the pilots, the engineers, the controllers, but also must include the other personnel, such as management and your administrative staff. They must be aware of what is safety management. They must be aware of what to do, what not to do, and also next, culture. Datuk Yahya mentioned safety reporting. Culture also involve doing things correctly. Then if something happen not correct, then we must file a report. After reporting under SMS, investigation must be conducted by the operator, internally by the operator, unless it is an accident or serious incident whereby our Air Accident Investigation Bureau will come in. So that's two main things that I mentioned, training and also culture.
Thank you, Cik Zainul. Okay, now moving forward, I just want to explore or to pick on your experience to suggest or to propose ideas on how we can actually address this issue of culture. I think yes, reporting, the culture of reporting is very much associated with the Asian mindset. You know, we Asians generally, and I think Malaysians, we are very shy one. And then the other thing is there is fear. You know, I'm going to be punished. What's going to happen tomorrow? I might lose my job. You know, the company might. And again, businesses are also like that. You know, the bosses tend to be unhappy when something goes wrong, and there's emotion that comes in. So all that put together makes it very difficult for people to report. Yeah. So what would you think if we have a independent third party who is managing this, which actually absorbs any concern of people being punished or an action taken when a report is sent in, a reporting is done? Yes, that will probably open up to all kind of reporting, but that can be filtered. You know, people, we can filter that from a third party, but if it's a third party that is doing it, and that data is then made into useful information, and reports are sent which just does not implicate anybody. Do you think something like that will be useful to address this issue? Because this culture thing, these values, it's very embedded into the people, and I think this has been the case. I mean, Malaysians generally have this thing, very shy. You know, it doesn't matter if it doesn't impact me, no man will forget this for a while. You know, this kind of mindset that we have. So what do you think?
At the moment, the reporting scheme, we have the MOR, mandatory occurrence reporting. That is something that has to be done. But the low level of hazard, that can be done by the operator. But then the problem is that we don't get the feedback from the frontliners. So if you need a third party, probably if an independent body, maybe that may work, but then we need to get consent from the industry, how that to be done. Probably there is a better way of reporting. Then this organization will collect all those data, then they give a warning, you know, this can happen, this might happen to us if we are not careful, things like that, which is good.
Thank you, Dato'.
But it depends on the CM, how CM look at it as well.
Zainul, how do you see something like that?
Okay, under ICAO standards, reporting are the function of a state. That means CA and also AIB. So, Dato' Yahya mentioned, we already have mandatory occurrence reporting. We also have voluntary occurrence reporting. And CM accept if you want to do confidential reporting, just email to us confidentially. No names required, but you have to leave your email address or phone number so we can verify who's the person that may make the report. To address this shyness or reluctance to report, actually we need to do promotions on the CM side. On our part, we are going to do a lot of promotions regarding safety culture to promote reporting. However, as a responsible operator under their SMS, they also have an element of communications under SMS, that there must be a communication between management and also their staff, including the crews, to improve their safety, including reporting. So under the guidance of ICAO Safety Management Manual, we must differentiate between errors and violation. Okay, if there are errors, definitely errors, we just leave it to the operators to address it under their safety management. Yeah, those are errors. However, if there are violations, the state authority needs to come in. We need to investigate whether it's a violation by a person or by the organization. So we must be aware that there are two different things: errors and also violation which the action must be taken differently.
Thank you, Mr. Zainul. I think we are running quite short with time. I've got one more question before we then get the public to see whether they have any questions. So my last question will be addressing generally the business aviation and general aviation group. What do you see? Is there a difference as far as adopting safety consciousness with the airlines or the bigger operators compared to the GA and BA group? Do you see any difference, or is it the same, or there is a disparity between these two groups of aviation industry? Dato'.
Business jet and GA, when we say GA, does not include the AOC holder. The problem is that probably they are not mandatory to have this SMS system. This is where your proposal of having a body there to look into this club and all that, how do they report on the lower category of this hazard? Because at the moment for the CAM to handle it maybe a bit too much, because they look at the MOR, and then the AAIB look into the accident and the serious incident. So maybe at the lower level for the GA, but for the AOC holder, they are obliged to comply with the requirement of SMS. They have, in the SMS, they must have a system of reporting under voluntary or lower level hazard. But then with the GA, we have problem. Owner, for example, this aircraft owner, they own one aircraft, they fly around, so they can't have the safety management system there among themselves. But if they have something to report, at least they have the channel to report it up to whoever can inform the other operator that this can happen if we are not careful.
Yep.
So these are the things that maybe the third party can be helpful.
Thank you, Dato'. Encik Zainul?
Okay, for CM point of view, it will be the same. Everybody must comply with the effective directive. I say effective because Dr. Yahya mentioned just now, if you do commercial, you must have AOC. If you don't do commercial or for GA, there is another standard for operation in the CAD Part 2. That is for for general aviation. So I say again that for CM, we view that everybody must comply with the standards, because yesterday Captain Chester mentioned that this value of life loss, if an accident happen, it doesn't matter whether GA or you are traveling in commercial, the value of the life is the same. That's very important.
Thank you, Encik Zainul. Okay, now I think if I may just conclude the discussion, I think Malaysia is heading in the right direction. Things are put in place. The building blocks are right. It's just that I think tweaking some of the areas which is more like culture, the system that's in place, the smaller operators, the general aviation, the business aviation operators who are small with one aircraft operation, two aircraft operation. So I think putting all that together, we are in the right direction, and with the new CADs coming out, it's more descriptive for the operators to actually address those compliance requirements. And I think the proposal to look at a third party setup to capture the lower level reporting, the voluntary kind of reporting, the MORs and the ISDRs are fine. Yes, that's being reported. I think that those data is going into the CM for assessment and evaluation of the situation. But however, the lower level, the guys on the ground, on the floor, if we can actually set up something where they can easily just do like a suggestion box kind of thing, and this information goes into a system where that data is then processed, analyzed, and reports are generated, and that I think will give us information or the right things to do, preventive actions to ensure safety is not addressed as an afterthought or an after event kind of thing. Because from an AIB or AIB and also for MOR, it's after. Then we learn. There's also a process of, I think, learning. We all have to understand before something happens, because we all know the nothing happens. It's a chain of events. Nothing happens just like that. It happens because it started somewhere earlier. So I think the smaller report, or what you call lower level reporting, is important, and I think we should be looking at addressing that area. I think the industry and CM probably will be able to address those things moving forward for the betterment of the aviation industry in Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you, Major Kanaya. Thank you, Dato' Yaya. Thank you, Anda Ismail. And thank you, everyone. Stay safe and take care.
Okay, thank you, Dato' Yaya. Thank you, Encik Zainal. We will now take a minute to collect questions from the audience and come back again. Okay, we have got one question from the participants, and this question I think is very much directed to CAM. If I may read the question, Cik Zainul, before you answer. Is the CAM considering laws to protect operators' safety databases from external investigation? If we intend to provide confidential reporting to personnel, how can we assure them that the database will not be probed by external parties during legal investigation?
Yeah.
Cik Zainul, your thoughts?
Okay, thank you for the question. This is a tough one. Okay, actually we are looking into our policy on this protection of data. That includes not only confidential reporting, but also voluntary and also mandatory reporting. However, for law, there is already a Malaysia law under the Data Protection Act. I can't remember which number because it is not under Ministry of Transport. But you can search it. The Data Protection Act is already there to protect the data that's held by any party. So for CAM, we are looking into our policy and looking into our processes to ensure that people or personnel, aviation personnel, are confident enough to provide reporting, not only confidential, but also voluntary and also mandatory reporting.
Thank you, Cik Zainul. I think that will end our session for now, and I'd like to again thank Dato' Yahya and Cik Zainul for sharing with us the last 20 minutes or so, your thoughts and your experiences on some of the subjects that maybe some people might think it is sensitive. I think we have passed that line and we have taken a stand to address those issues. I think that's progress. So we are progressing. I think we are going to achieve what we want as far as safety is concerned in the industry. And thank you, and hope it has been beneficial to everybody.
Thank you, Major Kandaya.
Thank you, Cik Zainul and Dato' Yahya. It has been a good session, and after this, I think we will move into the next session, which is safety at the airport for business jet operators by Dr. Norazlina Muhammad Isa and moderated by Ms. Aida. And while we are going through the process of setting it up, the stage will be yours, Dr. Norazlina. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I'm back. I'm Ida. I'll be conducting this open forum. We are honored today. We have Dr. Azlina with us right here in the studio. Doctor, welcome to the studio.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for making time this morning.
My pleasure.
Yeah. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we know in our industry, airport is such a very, very important component. So let's go to the first question. MAHB position, before that, I think it's very important for our audience to get to know you a little bit more, Doctor.
Okay, sure. I'm Azlina, I prefer to be called that way. I'm the Head of Technical Services for Malaysia Airports, which under my purview would be engineering, operation and maintenance strategy, as well as planning, development, safety and standard as well.
Fantastic.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Okay, the first question. MAHB position in particular to airside safety regulation and practices for business aviation and general aviation.
Perhaps it would be good for me to introduce Malaysia airports to those who might not be familiar.
Right.
So Malaysia Airports Holdings Berhad is a major commercial airport operator in Malaysia, and we operate a total of 39 airports.
39 airports.
And that's a combination of course, the international airports, domestic airports, and the short takeoff and landing airports as well. So that's a very colorful variations of airports and sizes.
Sure.
And of course, as a commercial airport operator, we definitely are governed by ICAO, SARPs, and of course, the discussion before was talking about ASD and then CAD from CAM, and there are a lot of discussions, of course, yesterday and today about AGA certification, SMS certification, and definitely we are not short of course, perhaps being in a frontal side of it as well as an aerodrome operator.
Correct.
Okay, so our journey for safety management system have been, of course, from way back in 2009, and of course having 39 airports, you can imagine that it will take a step by step and prioritized approach in terms of the airport size, the community, as well as you will go into, of course, the international, domestic, and then bit by bit we are also moving towards the short takeoff and landing airports as well to at least move on with the SMS approach, okay, and later on be certified.
Right.
Okay, so a majority of our airports have been certified with aerodrome certifications, and we are practicing SMS. And as for, I guess, the audience of this community is the business aviation and general aviation, and I like the part that Dato' Yahya just now said that. I mean, I've heard terminology of corporate general aviation, business aviation, general aviation, and I think everybody is aware that the difference is actually whether it's leisure, it's private, or it's public transport, right? But as far as safety certifications and airports are concerned, I mean, same rules apply.
Right.
All our airports should basically adhere to the international standards, and the certifications for all airports are actually based on, I mean, the infrastructure does not differentiate whether it's actually for general aviation or business aviation or commercial operations.
Right, right. Okay, running 39 airports, I'm sure it's not easy.
Definitely.
So I'm sure you have so many challenges, so many issues in tackling some of the area concerning to ground handling companies' requirement and practices. What do you say, Doctor?
Yeah, I think the challenges is for us, an airport operator, is to ensure that we of course adhere to all the requirements, especially from regulatories, as well as I guess as the aerodrome operator, airport operator, we are like we are the landlord of the airport, where this is where we should take the dominant approach on making sure that our community are all embarked into the same safety practices and SMS, for example, right? I think the gentleman just now mentioned about it's actually not mandatory for perhaps general aviation, but however, of course, from CAM's perspective, it has to be standardized, so that responsibility is also shared by the airport operator, that we have to make our role in terms of the safety management system at airport level, for example, right, through the site safety committee and runway safety team, to make sure that the community do their part, as safety is, I guess, it's cliche to say that safety is everybody's responsibility, right? But that's it, right? You cannot have one bits missing from the puzzle. Everybody have to do their part, and this is when And that's why SMS, I think, has been very widely discussed as it is a systemic and holistic approach, and it has to be top down, right, from all organizations. Then the importance will be clear and successful in the future. So of course there are the challenges, I guess, itself in terms of the airport sizes, requirements, and as a commercial airport operator, we also have to manage different traffics, right? And for business and general aviation, and I think we have GA and BA at most of our airports as well, notwithstanding the sizes. I think this is where I think planning, master planning also comes into perspective, where we have to make sure that the various airports, based on its infrastructure, based on its compliances, can also be planned to house all the necessary ecosystem. So for example, for the area in Selangor, I think I heard this morning where Selangor mentioned about in Selangor there's two airports, KLIA, which is the international airport, and Subang, which is mainly now used for aerospace, general aviation, and business jets activities. So having that clear demarcation of one main gateway for the country and having another one to support on the other ecosystem, I think that makes it more focused and hopefully become become an attractive ecosystem as well for the rest of the industry players.
Sure, that's interesting. Yeah. Now, do you think airport safety standard for BA and GA at day operation and night operation, is there any differences, any different operating hours or certain requirement that differentiate daytime and nighttime operation, Doctor?
Okay, because our airports are operated for commercial aviation, and of course there are day and nights requirements in terms of the visual aids, right? And those are provisions that's part of the AGA certifications as well. And so as far as GA and BAs are concerned, they will have the information on the facilities and operating hours of each airports, right? So to us, it's part of the service that the airport provides, and of course, since we ensure in compliances, so we cater for that, but it depends on the operating hours for each individual airport.
Thank you. And I think the audience today are so much very interested to hear the future plans of Malaysia Airport in regard of safety as culture. What do you think? Do you have something that we must share with the people today? You know, people are talking about safety, and yet we, you know, from time to time there is incident which is it happened.
Yeah. Okay, so I think listening from other speakers as well from yesterday's, I think what was obvious is that I think I like the part where Captain Chester yesterday mentioned that safety is about awareness. He said nobody woke up in the morning planning to go into an incident or accident, which is true. And another earlier speaker mentioned about how sometimes, I mean, there are certain, it's also human behavior, right? Sometimes when you do things repetitively, you underestimate the importance of a certain aspect, so checklist or whatever. So in the SMS, it's a very structured, systemic and holistic approach, right? And there's that hierarchical approach between what the state should do, and then the airport level should do, and the community and each organizations as well. So and I think building a culture is never easy, and what else, safety culture. And I like the part where yesterday's speakers also mentioned about at times incident happen because we put business objectives in front of safety, right? Safety values. So and I guess what it means in safety culture is moving towards that safety is the business objective, right? It is the means to be profitable and so on. So it is that means as well, not just, clearly it couldn't be a separate values or items or objectives, right? And of course that's easier said than done, right?
Yes.
And that's why we have all these standards,
Yes.
and I think documents, lots of documentations, and at the end of the day, like what we heard from regulatory perspectives just now, I think everybody have to work hand in hand, and everybody have to play their role. And in this case, for the BA and GA, even though I guess the movements are smaller and it's various different organizations, but I think as a community, the BA and GA community will definitely be an important contributor to the airport operator who's actually overlooking the SMS from that community perspective, right? So of course we do a lot of campaigns, awareness, make sure that we have refresher trainings in terms of prior to giving driving permit licenses and things like that, right? So there are continuous effort at airports, various airports level. And it's interesting, my colleague was telling me yesterday actually that we have small short and takeoff landings airport, right? So we even go to the, have a community outreach, right, at small airports. It's very small airports at outskirts of Malaysia. And I mean, this community basically living nearby the airports, right? And perhaps crossing the runways like crossing rivers. But that's where the approach, we have to go, not to just the airport, the direct stakeholders, right, but to also the community. Which is living surrounding the airport. And I guess that's what the SMS approach is: collaborative, systematic, but it's a journey lah, right? It's a journey.
It's a long journey.
It's a lot of journey, effort, and I think the more the industry are all working together, the like what we heard just now, the nearer we are towards not getting the goal. Because I also heard yesterday that the moment you think that you're already good, that means you're not good, right?
You're not good
because it's a
enough.
journey, not a destination, and there's always improvements, and there's always new incidents, issues that we all should learn from, right? But that's the process. It's all about awareness, ensuring that we know exactly where we are now, right? The state we are now, what are our gaps, and moving forward for improvement.
Right. Thank you, Doctor. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, over the years, we noticed that there has been a lot of campaign and training conducted by Malaysia Airport to all operators. Is this part of ongoing plan by MAHB to continuously embark on safety as the highest priority?
Yeah, and I think I've actually covered that as well just now.
Yeah.
So it's the effort. We acknowledge that we of course still have lots to do as well, and this is an ongoing process. And I think part of it, I mean the dry part of it, is getting certified, right? Once we are certified, that means we have prepared what we need to do in making sure that we are certified. But that's one journey. The next, of course, the continuous steps will be to continue to improve. And I think for Malaysia, we're not just looking into certifications for just international airports. We are going even to the domestic airports, and we have plans to even certify the stall ports as well. And we have, like I said, we have started implementation of SMS on a small scale basis for the smaller airports, right? So that's the intention, to move forward towards safer environment for everybody. But it needs a lot of support, and I think collaboration from all the stakeholders.
Yeah. Thank you, Doctor. And at AsBAA, we really would like to thank Malaysia Airport for continuous engagement, continuous support. You know, from time to time, we have open discussion, we have open forums together with Malaysia Airport, and they're always there. We have the support from the top management until to the airport manager. So we must really thank you, Malaysia Airport, for that. And before we end this session, Doctor, if there is one thing that we would like our audience today to remember Malaysia Airport, what is that one thing, Doctor?
Okay, I would like everybody to remember us for many things, right?
Okay.
And especially for our good service
Yes.
and so on. So yeah, so of course we are committed to providing safe environment, definitely, and we hope to do that while also basically overachieving in terms of providing joyful connections as well to our customers.
Joyful connection, that's interesting. Yeah, thank you again, Doctor. Thank you to Malaysia Airport for being a sponsor today. Besides the rest of the sponsors, we also would like to once again thank you our platinum sponsors, Gulfstream, Dassault Aviation, and also World Fuel. Thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor, for being with us today.
My
We
pleasure.
appreciate that very much. And now let's take a break and let's collect the question from the audience. We'll be right back. Thank you. ladies and gentlemen. We are now back to this Q&A session. We have a couple of questions here. Number one, what is Malaysia Airport Holding Berhad MAHB plans for Subang? Will Subang continue allowing scheduled airlines to operate or just limit to BA and GA? Question number two, I think this is, we can answer them together. Question number two, BA is pillar for economic growth of a nation. So how is MAHB setting itself up to facilitate this segment of aviation which demand quick turnaround, efficient and speedy processing of departures and arrival, etc. etc.
Okay, thank you very much, Aida. Okay, so let's take these two questions together, but I'll take the first one. So basically, MAHB definitely have a big plans, a huge plan for Subang, Subang Airport. This was the previous KL International Airport, right, in the 1980s, as of 1980s. And currently there's a clear demarcation in terms of the preference of operation. KLIA will handle basically mostly scheduled commercial airlines, as well as non-turboprops, right? So that remaining turboprops operation of the commercial is now operating from Subang.
Right.
But the Subang, if for those who are familiar, you can see that we are really building that up as an MRO aerospace ecosystem with a bit of that turboprop operations and business jets as well as general aviation as well. So I think that is the key focus for Subang,
right.
And we do acknowledge that BA is a pillar for economic growth. I mean, it attracts a certain traffic, right. And then it spurs to the rest of the
it's a special traffic.
Aviation. It's a special traffic. It's a niche, right?
Yes.
It's a niche traffic, and then there's a consequences and catalyst effect as well. So definitely, so Subang is one airport that we're focusing on, and I think throughout Malaysia as well, we even encourage flying schools to that extent, right? More towards GA. But that has to be planned and designed accordingly so that we make sure that we cater for all the traffic, right? Especially as we are managing gateways for the country as well. So in terms of Subang, mentioned about we actually have a master plan for it. We call it Subang Regeneration Plan, and we are very clear in terms of providing the infrastructure, the ecosystem. We all know that part of business jets is not just fixed wing, it's also rotor wing, right? Yes. And Subang is developed exactly to make sure that we have an airport that also meets the safety compliances in terms of having separate aprons for rotor operations and the fixed wing, and having more hangars for MRO activities, as well as the rest of the ecosystem, aerospace, productions and things like that. So definitely, and in the Subang Regeneration Plan, of course, in terms to ensure turnaround efficiency, we are looking into, because Subang used to be a very busy airport, right? Yes. As of before KLIA moved to Sepang in 1998, that was the main gateway for the country. So it already have basically the size of a large airport, and this is about making sure that based on the master plan and where are the focus areas for each, it's about also adding where required the rapid exit taxiways, larger aprons, and things like that, hangars to accommodate that. So that's something that we're doing for I guess for BA as well as for the aerospace part of the industry.
Right. So sound that we have a big plan for Subang.
Definitely.
Okay.
Remember that regeneration.
Regeneration.
Yeah, regen.
Okay. And the next question, what is Malaysia Airport's view of the level of safety and compliance for GABA operators? This one we could combine with next question. Is there opportunity and a need for Malaysia Airports to engage with GABA operators to work towards resolving any safety issues that may arise?
Yeah, I think definitely, like I mentioned just now, there's definitely more rooms to improve, right, for any sector. Right. And for the GA and BA operators, that's where I mentioned when we go to aerodrome certification. We don't only, especially for airports like Subang that have multiple GNBA operators, not just commercial. So I think the SMS at the airport level have gone towards engaging the operators in their, for example, I think Subang they started runway safety team for quite some time, and they engage the operators as well.
Right.
And for the operators at the other airports, right? We do have GA, not and perhaps some BA, but mostly GA, right? Operations at most of our other airports as well. And as part of the SMS programs, I think that's definitely what we want to do, to continue to engage not just the major players, but basically everybody in the committee as much as we can. And that's when I think the regulators' previous discussion definitely ringing in my ears that everybody have to do their part, right? The voluntary reporting and have that SMS, even though if you are like 1 or 2 flights, it's not about, I mean, it's SMS is about making, it's about contributing to the ecosystem, and even if you have 1 or 2 flights, I mean, if you have if you see something or found something that's can actually lead to non-safe operations, it's everybody's responsibility to report and contribute, and so that the right party can take necessary action.
Right. Thank you, Doctor. So, ladies and gentlemen, no one is too small. Even though if you have 1 or 2 flights, whatever that we are sharing, our contribution definitely could lead to a better decision, to the better ecosystem, better, safer environment for our industry. So with that, we thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much for being here. Special, live in the studio.
Yeah. Thank you, Aida, for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'll now pass this back to Anthony with AsBAA in Hong Kong. Thank you.
The award-winning Symmetry Flight Deck is the most innovative and intuitive flight deck in Gulfstream history. Designed by pilots for pilots, it features advanced technology not available on any other business aircraft, taking safety and efficiency to new heights and redefining the flying experience. Active control side sticks, a first in civil aviation, operate in synchronicity to achieve a new level of safety by significantly enhancing tactile and visual feedback between the pilots and the plane. 10 high-resolution touchscreens dramatically reduce switch count to streamline the pilot interface, seamlessly allow for future upgrades, and increase reliability through redundancy. Exclusive phase-of-flight intelligence easily provides essential information exactly when needed, allowing for startup to taxi in just 10 minutes. Auto brakes, auto throttles, and fly-by-wire technology reduce pilot workload while improving aircraft performance and passenger comfort. The third-generation enhanced flight vision system with head-up display introduces another industry first, EFVS to land, certified for touchdown to rollout. The enhanced flight vision system allows for safe landings in adverse weather, resulting in fewer diverted flights. And the data concentration network continuously monitors and communicates the aircraft system's status, improving pilot awareness and aircraft reliability. The Gulfstream Symmetry Flight Deck has revolutionized the aviation experience and ushered in a new era of safety, efficiency, and reliability. Experience the future today.
AsBAA is a one-stop center for the aerospace industry within the state of Selangor. It connects key stakeholders who would also be able to count on AsBAA for support in advancing their businesses in Selangor.
Selangor, as you know, is the most advanced state in Malaysia, and they have actually most developed infrastructure as well.
In Selangor itself, I think close to 55% of the total aerospace companies in Malaysia. And at the same time, there are about 30% of the total international aerospace companies represented in Selangor as well.
There's a very abundant pool of skilled workforce. And also for us to be able to scale up, we need to be able to access this talent pool.
The availability of engineers is all available in the state of Selangor, so it makes sense that we actually set up our operations in Selangor.
Selangor have a 10-year aerospace action plan, so then we know that we would get the support that we needed. So it's a great ecosystem here happening in Selangor.
With the combined expertise, experience and resources of both AsBAA and Selangor, I believe in our collective strength to deliver on this promise.
award-winning Symmetry flight deck is the most innovative and intuitive flight deck in Gulfstream history. Designed by pilots for pilots, it features advanced technology not available on any other business aircraft, taking safety and efficiency to new heights and redefining the flying experience. Active control side sticks, a first in civil aviation, operate in synchronicity to achieve a new level of safety by significantly enhancing tactile and visual feedback between the pilots and the plane. 10 high-resolution touchscreens dramatically reduce switch count to streamline the pilot interface, seamlessly allow for future upgrades, and increase reliability through redundancy. Exclusive phase of flight intelligence easily provides essential information exactly when needed, allowing for startup to taxi in just 10 minutes. Auto brakes, auto throttles, and fly-by-wire technology reduce pilot workload while improving aircraft performance and passenger comfort. The third-generation enhanced flight vision system with head-up display introduces another industry first, EFVS to land, certified for touchdown to rollout. The enhanced flight vision system allows for safe landings in adverse weather, resulting in fewer diverted flights. And the data concentration network continuously monitors and communicates the aircraft system's status, improving pilot awareness and aircraft reliability. The Gulfstream Symmetry flight deck has revolutionized the aviation experience and ushered in a new era of safety, efficiency, and reliability. Experience the future today.
AsBAA is a one-stop center for the aerospace industry within the state of Selangor. It connects key stakeholders who would also be able to count on AsBAA for support in advancing their businesses in Selangor.
Selangor, as you know, is the most advanced state in Malaysia, and they have actually most developed infrastructure as well.
In Selangor itself, I think close to 55% of the total aerospace companies in Malaysia. And at the same time, there are about 30% of the total international aerospace companies represented in Selangor as well.
There's a very abundant pool of skilled workforce. And also for us to be able to scale up, we need to be able to access this talent pool.
The availability of engineers is all available in the state of Selangor, so it makes sense that we actually set up our operations in Selangor.
Selangor have a 10-year aerospace action plan, so then we know that we would get the support that we needed. So it's a great ecosystem here happening in Selangor.
With the combined expertise, experience and resources of both AsBAA and Selangor, I believe in our collective strength to deliver on this promise.
industry's new flagship, the Gulfstream G700 delivers the most spacious, innovative, and flexible interior in the industry, elevating your flight experience to unprecedented heights. Live life to the fullest in the tallest, widest, and longest cabin in business aviation. With up to 5 flexible living areas, including the signature G700 Ultra Galley and an optional grand suite with shower. Define your cabin with a multitude of comfort and customization choices. From ergonomic seats handcrafted for you to an expansive array of the finest materials. Enrich your well-being with 100% fresh outside air, renewed every 2 to 3 minutes. And natural light from 20 of the largest windows in the industry. All comfortably positioned for expansive panoramic views of the world. An ultra-high-definition circadian lighting system simulates your destination's time of day, reducing jet lag by easing you into your new time zone. And features extraordinary range and control, allowing you to shape light like never before to create unique cabin environments. Arrive refreshed and rejuvenated after a whisper-quiet ride at the lowest cabin altitude in business aviation, minimizing fatigue and stress on the body during globe-spanning flights. Wherever you travel, stream, work, and keep in touch with cutting-edge connectivity options, including JetConnect's Ka-band Wi-Fi, the fastest global internet in the sky. With seamlessly integrated technology and expert craftsmanship, the G700 cabin experience optimizes wellness and maximizes productivity, so you touch down thriving. The industry's new flagship, the Gulfstream G700 delivers the most spacious, innovative, and flexible interior in the industry, elevating your flight experience to unprecedented heights. Live life to the fullest in the tallest, widest, and longest cabin in business aviation. With up to 5 flexible living areas, including the signature G700 Ultra Galley and an optional grand suite with shower. Define your cabin with a multitude of comfort and customization choices. From ergonomic seats handcrafted for you to an expansive array of the finest materials. Enrich your well-being with 100% fresh outside air, renewed every 2 to 3 minutes. And natural light from 20 of the largest windows in the industry. All comfortably positioned for expansive panoramic views of the world. An ultra-high-definition circadian lighting system simulates your destination's time of day, reducing jet lag by easing you into your new time zone. And features extraordinary range and control, allowing you to shape light like never before to create unique cabin environments. Arrive refreshed and rejuvenated after a whisper-quiet ride at the lowest cabin altitude in business aviation, minimizing fatigue and stress on the body during globe-spanning flights. Wherever you travel, stream, work, and keep in touch with cutting-edge connectivity options, including JetConnect's Ka-band Wi-Fi, the fastest global internet in the sky. With seamlessly integrated technology and expert craftsmanship, the G700 cabin experience optimizes wellness and maximizes productivity, so you touch down thriving.
Selangor to this day remains a leading contributor to the national GDP. The state continues to attract high-quality direct investment in the manufacturing and service sectors, which is testament to the significant role Selangor plays in the growth of Malaysia's economy.
Selangor boasts geographical merits that work to businesses' advantage. This complemented with top-notch infrastructures, conducive business environment, and access to the biggest talent pool of skilled workforce in Malaysia, positioning Selangor as the most ideal destinations for investments.
Selangor, as a state, will focus on 5 core industry clusters that have been identified as the key drivers with the highest potential to promote economic growth. By establishing a strong industrial foundation, we want to create a more vibrant, complementing service sector summarized by our guiding principle, manufacturing-based but service-driven.
This will heavily impact the way we do businesses, especially ones within the 5 core clusters, namely food and beverages, electronics and electrical, machineries and equipment, life sciences, and transport equipment.
Selangor, as you know, is the most advanced state in Malaysia, and they have 2 airports, Subang and Sepang, and they have actually most developed infrastructure as well.
In Selangor itself, I think close to 55% of the total aerospace companies in Malaysia are represented in Selangor, and at the same time, there are about 30% of the total international aerospace companies represented in Selangor as well.
We have seen biotechnology development taking place in Malaysia. We have a very good talent pool in Selangor state. We see a number of talent coming in from other states. In this area as well, Selangor has got an upper hand.
And also the very capable staff that we are able to source here locally, speaking many different languages that can be utilized when we send them out throughout the region.
There are many supporting facilities like utility and electricity is very good for us, and also government authority in Selangor is very friendly to the business.
And we are right next to the port because 60% of our revenue comes from export. So this is a very, very strategic location for us, and today we export to over 40 countries around the world.
Invest Selangor is at the forefront of the mission to realize Selangor's aspirations as the economic powerhouse of Malaysia. We actively support industrial transformations by bridging investors as well as ventures to what Selangor has to offer as an investment destination.
Invest Selangor will continue to play a key role in promoting Selangor to potential investors from both the local and international business communities.
With Invest Selangor leading the charge, I have no doubt that Selangor will be the next global trade center in the same league as its counterparts across the globe.
The industry's new flagship, the Gulfstream G700, delivers the most spacious, innovative, and flexible interior in the industry, elevating your flight experience to unprecedented heights. Live life to the fullest in the tallest, widest, and longest cabin in business aviation. With up to 5 flexible living areas, including the signature G700 Ultra Galley and an optional grand suite with shower. Define your cabin with a multitude of comfort and customization choices. From ergonomic seats handcrafted for you to an expansive array of the finest materials. Enrich your well-being with 100% fresh outside air, renewed every 2 to 3 minutes. And natural light from 20 of the largest windows in the industry. All comfortably positioned for expansive panoramic views of the world. An ultra-high-definition circadian lighting system simulates your destination's time of day, reducing jet lag by easing you into your new time zone. And features extraordinary range and control, allowing you to shape light like never before to create unique cabin environments. Arrive refreshed and rejuvenated after a whisper-quiet ride at the lowest cabin altitude in business aviation, minimizing fatigue and stress on the body during globe-spanning flights. Wherever you travel, stream, work, and keep in touch with cutting-edge connectivity options, including JetConnect's Ka-band Wi-Fi, the fastest global internet in the sky. With seamlessly integrated technology and expert craftsmanship, the G700 cabin experience optimizes wellness and maximizes productivity, so you touch down thriving.
AsiaJet, Chan speaking.
Hi, I would like to book a flight to Japan.
Mrs. Wong, great to hear from you. Absolutely. When would you like to take off?
Tonight, in 3 hours?
With pleasure.
Thank you.
Excellent. I'll see you 15 minutes before takeoff time.
Bye.
Bye. Let's get started.
AsiaJet preference list.
AsiaJet, your private jet company.
many different languages that can be utilized when we send them out throughout the region.
There are many supporting facilities like utility and electricity is very good for us, and also government authority in Selangor is very friendly to the business.
And we are right next to the port because 60% of our revenue comes from export. So this is a very, very strategic location for us. And today we export to over 40 countries around the world.
Invest Selangor is at the forefront of the mission to realize Selangor's aspirations as the economic powerhouse of Malaysia. We actively support industrial transformations by bridging investors as well as ventures to what Selangor has to offer as an investment destination.
Invest Selangor will continue to play a key role in promoting Selangor to potential investors from both the local and international business communities.
With Invest Selangor leading the charge, I have no doubt that Selangor will be the next global trade center in the same league as its counterparts across the globe.
The industry's new flagship, the Gulfstream G700, delivers the most spacious, innovative, and flexible interior in the industry, elevating your flight experience to unprecedented heights. Live life to the fullest in the tallest, widest, and longest cabin in business aviation. With up to 5 flexible living areas, including the signature G700 Ultra Galley and an optional grand suite with shower. Define your cabin with a multitude of comfort and customization choices. From ergonomic seats handcrafted for you to an expansive array of the finest materials. Enrich your well-being with 100% fresh outside air, renewed every 2 to 3 minutes. And natural light from 20 of the largest windows in the industry. All comfortably positioned for expansive panoramic views of the world. An ultra-high-definition circadian lighting system simulates your destination's time of day, reducing jet lag by easing you into your new time zone. And features extraordinary range and control, allowing you to shape light like never before to create unique cabin environments. Arrive refreshed and rejuvenated after a whisper-quiet ride at the lowest cabin altitude in business aviation, minimizing fatigue and stress on the body during globe-spanning flights. Wherever you travel, stream, work, and keep in touch with cutting-edge connectivity options, including JetConnect's Ka-band Wi-Fi, the fastest global internet in the sky. With seamlessly integrated technology and expert craftsmanship, the G700 cabin experience optimizes wellness and maximizes productivity, so you touch down thriving.
AsiaJet, Chan speaking.
Hi, I would like to book a flight to Japan.
Mrs. Wong, great to hear from you. Absolutely. When would you like to take off?
Tonight, in 3 hours?
With pleasure.
Thank you.
Excellent. I'll see you
15 minutes before takeoff time.
Bye.
Bye. Let's get started.
AsiaJet preference list.
AsiaJet, your private jet company.
The award-winning Symmetry flight deck is the most innovative and intuitive flight deck in Gulfstream history. Designed by pilots for pilots, it features advanced technology not available on any other business aircraft, taking safety and efficiency to new heights and redefining the flying experience. Active control side sticks, a first in civil aviation, operate in synchronicity to achieve a new level of safety by significantly enhancing tactile and visual feedback between the pilots and the plane. 10 high-resolution touchscreens dramatically reduce switch count to streamline the pilot interface, seamlessly allow for future upgrades, and increase reliability through redundancy. Exclusive phase of flight intelligence easily provides essential information exactly when needed, allowing for startup to taxi in just 10 minutes. Auto brakes, auto throttles, and fly-by-wire technology reduce pilot workload while improving aircraft performance and passenger comfort. The third-generation enhanced flight vision system with head-up display introduces another industry first, EFVS to land, certified for touchdown to rollout. The enhanced flight vision system allows for safe landings in adverse weather, resulting in fewer diverted flights. And the data concentration network continuously monitors and communicates the aircraft system's status, improving pilot awareness and aircraft reliability. The Gulfstream Symmetry flight deck has revolutionized the aviation experience and ushered in a new era of safety, efficiency, and reliability. Experience the future today.
AsBAA is a one-stop.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, the participant who's watching us today. I would like to again thank you, Ministry of Transport Malaysia. I would like to thank you, Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia, who's fully supporting this event. Thank you. Thank you to our platinum sponsors, Gulfstream, Dassault Aviation, and also World Fuel, with the rest of the sponsors. Thank you very much. Our next session will be open forum. We have Mr. AsBAA here in studio. Issues with an SMS for BA/GA here in Malaysia. So, Mr. AsBAA, thank you so much for coming. Make yourself available to come to the studio today. We really appreciate this. Welcome to the studio, sir.
Thank you, Aida. Good afternoon and Assalamualaikum to everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be in this forum. It's my pleasure to be here. And the previous speaker yesterday and today has spoken a lot about safety in aviation, right? All the good things about SMS, that kind of things. Now, I was given the task to talk about the issues with SMS that we are facing currently in BA and GA in Malaysia, right? So, no doubt, SMS is important, right? The implementation of SMS in the industry help to reduce the risk on the operators. Not only that, it will help the customers, the operators, everyone that is in the industries. Now, issues. What can I say about issues? I've discovered 4 issues currently that I can think of. I'll talk about the first one, which is the main concerns of most operators with respect of BA or GA. That is cost, right? When it comes to anything, normally cost is involved. And cost is always a concern to a business, right? Because business is all about P&L, right? Now, what cost I'm talking about in the sense of implementations of SMS in the industry, now there are 4 elements of cost here. One is the additional manpower required to look at SMS in an organization. And organization required NPH, nominated post holder, right? And for a person to be in that position, that person must have experience and knowledge. So it's not that easy to find, and it's not that cheap as well.
Yes.
Okay, so that is one, the post holder staff. Second will be the training, right? The additional trainings that are required for the operators, in the sense to educate and so that the people that is maintaining this SMS have the knowledge and the know-how to do their job. Yeah. Third, okay, before that, the courses that I'm talking about, like SMS, CRM, the implementations, SMS for management, things, right? Human factor also is part of SMS. Now, the third thing about cost is on the software that is required by regulatory in SMS system, right? 2 basic software that is required for BA are basically you will require a flight program, right? Flight planning. And the second one will be flight data analysis program. Okay, so I will talk a bit further on this. I will just list down the item first. Right. Okay, and second, we're talking about awareness. Okay, so there is still an issue about awareness in the sense of our culture and also our attitude, the people. Right. When I say culture, because Asian culture, you know, we do not want to upset people. You know, although we see something, sometimes we rather not tell people directly to their face. Yeah? We rather keep it to ourselves. And another issue is that afraid of repercussion. You know, if we report something, the person might be scared that action will be taken against him. I know it's a requirement in your safety policy to have non-punitive action, right? To deter this repercussion thing, right? Yeah. But still, you know, the reality is that it's the way we brought up, yes. Right? Inside there is still like, oh, if I do this, you know, do I get into trouble? You know, it will affect my career, that kind of thing. So it is an issue, right? Whether we like to see it up front or hide it, you know, under the carpet, the reality is that this issue is there. Right. Now, the next one, the third issue is data, right? Due to the number of BA, especially BA in Malaysia, right, is small, right? We do not have enough data, okay? Not only we do have data, we do not really have a body that actually collecting all this data and make it available to the other operators. So we cannot go anywhere to make reference. See, like in US, in Europe, right? You can go to the website and look at all these issues, safety issues that the operators are facing. We don't have that in Malaysia. We only have CAM portal, but it's more on the big incident, right? Not the small one. Yeah. So that is the third thing, right? And the last one, maybe a bit sensitive, because we're talking about regulation, right? Currently, I know CM is improving a lot of things. The Cat 6 that is effective today, I have to say that CAM have done a lot to improve the industry and to help GA and BA, right? I would say we have established in the sense of the commercial airline, right? Now, issue with regulation is that reference, when someone wants to audit or audit a BA and GA, what reference point do they have now? I'm looking about locally now, right? I'm not talking about overseas, international. So sometimes due to lack of data and information, right? So the basis will be on the commercial, right? But BA operation is totally different from commercial operations, right? It's totally different level, right? For example, right, BA does not have issue of connecting flight, passenger not coming in after check-in, because we have one person that charter the whole aircraft, so that person will decide to go, to stay, to wait, or whatever, right?
Yeah, and the rest will follow.
Exactly.
It's very efficient, very precise.
Correct.
Very fast.
Yes. Yeah. So another issues that we are facing, like sometimes through experience, because we are the first business CM AOC holder for business jet in Malaysia, right? We face problem like that in the sense that catering, for example, right? The people that charter the aircraft sometimes decide what they want to eat, which restaurant, which hotel, and that make it difficult for us to audit the facilities. Not like commercial where they have a
standard
catering kitchen.
Right.
Correct, that supply a standard kind of food, right? So this is where awareness is important. That we need to work together. Correct. The operator and the authority, right, need to work together. How we can actually educate people, make them more aware of what is the industry all about. I think Malaysia have a very good potential.
Oh yes.
Yes. But if you go outside there and talk to people about BA and GA, right? Not many people is aware the potential of this business in Malaysia, right?
That's why, Mr. Azhar, I think this kind of forum, this kind of exposure, this kind of platform is so very important, so that we can allow a lot more people to reach our industry.
I agree with that.
And I think we need to do a lot more in the future, and we want to do more. Okay, so again, I must really thank you for AsiaJet, for contributing to this event, and the quality assurance department as a whole is very important, especially in terms of safety operation.
Okay, all right. I have talked about the issues, right? And it won't be fair just to give the issues without some recommendation of proposal.
Yes, correct.
So in those 4 issues, right, I had discussion with my team, right, the pilots, CEO, the operation people, what can we do? What can we do to actually to try not to say solve the issue, right? But at least, improve a certain
Right.
thing. Like cost, for example, okay? Now, we know a BA and GA in Malaysia is a small outfit, right?
Yes.
A lean, right? You can't have too many people.
Yes.
Right? So, this is where sometimes we need to allow double capping, right?
Yes.
You see, like quality and safety, objectives is about the same,
Right.
right? Quality ensures that everything is in proper, meets the requirement, it doesn't go away from the regulations, that kind of thing. Right? And safety also talk about incident,
Yes.
right? So, of course, I say this based on BA and GA, a small outfit.
Right.
So you do not have to employ additional people just for that. But as they grow, right, as the business grows, of course, right, it depends on the workload. And even the regulation have this requirement that, you monitor your workload. So that's part of the safety aspect again.
Yeah.
Now, so that is on the manpower, additional manpower that required. Second is about training, right? Now, maybe what the government authority can do is that provide free training for the small GA and BA, but it's not free without any return to the government, right?
Okay.
You have to be a condition. Nothing is free in this world now,
Yes.
right? So, government help the operator by giving them free training, right? And in return, right, we make it compulsory for the operator to organize a forum, a seminar in the university, in the vocational,
Yeah.
So that I mean, we know the authority, the government also are short-handed
Yes.
for them to reach out.
Yes, yes.
So let's work together, like I said. Now, by helping the operator, giving them free training, now the operator then now have to commit to help the government,
Yes.
right? To
Reach out
like I said,
program.
reach out program. Reach out program can be like forum, seminar, road shows, that kind of thing. Create awareness to people.
Like what AsBAA constantly
Exactly.
doing
I
all around
I fully
the
agree.
region.
Yes. So this is one of the things that we can do, and we should continue doing this, right? Provide awareness, right? The more people are aware, then the better is. That also would solve the second issue about awareness, where the culture and the attitude come in. Okay. Third is about the software cost again. Now, currently, there is no local software that the operator can use to meet the requirement for SMS. Okay. Now, maybe the government can look at that and get university or local industry to come up with that program, so that the GA and BA can actually use a local product.
Yeah. Or we actually, the operators, we could drive this.
Yes.
We could have
A team,
and then we could have a setup.
Yes.
Like what Joanne mentioned yesterday from Joby Aviation. It depends on our size, it depends on our complexity, and then we could customize, tailor something, and then we can go back, communicate with the authority to look at it, give their feedback, and then we can implement that.
Exactly. When we have established that, not only can we use it locally, but we can also sell this product to our neighboring country.
Yeah.
I'm sure that the neighboring country also are using software from Europe, from US.
Sure.
I mean, we have the brain, basically, the people with the brain to do this.
Yes. We need a strong leadership for that, to push it forward.
Yeah, somebody to
I'm
initiate.
sure we can do it.
Yeah. Okay. Now, the third one is talking about data. This is again, I don't know, maybe AsBAA also can help in this, where to get someone to actually collect the data from the operators,
Yeah,
right? And this small
that's
thing.
very good suggestion. Mr. Wu Zhendong, if you are here with us listening today from China, perhaps AsBAA can take leadership on this, collecting the data in the region or in respective country and then develop our collective data, our portal together.
Yeah, you know, we share what problem and issue on safety that we have,
right.
and you know, and share our experience. Things, right. Last one, regulations. Okay. Again, regulation, it takes some time.
Yes.
Right. And I think CM have taken the steps.
Oh yes.
Right. And I'm sure in the near future, if this pandemic that we are facing now can go away, hopefully can go away fast with all the vaccines that's going on now, right? The industry can flourish, right? And then it will be a platform for authority to have more information on a better understanding on how. I mean, we are open. We are open also to share our experience, how we operate, that kind of things, right? Another thing about regulation is with regards to AOC and private operator. See? So there's a mismatch in this end, right? A private operator does not require certain things that an AOC holder required. Okay. Again, it's not a secret. We know there are private operator operating BA without proper AOC. It's a reality, right? We know, right? What we need to do is ask ourselves, why is this happening? Is it convenience? Is it because it's difficult to get an AOC? Right? So let's look at what is the root cause, right? I mean, of course, this is the authority side of it, right?
Sure.
I'm just sharing, right? It should be like a standard. If we want to look at safety, we look at a standard, right? Of course, we cannot apply the same standard as commercial airline. Yes. It's a different level playing field, right? Yeah. So this is another thing that you know that we can look at.
Yeah, Mr. Azhar, if you realize yesterday Captain Chester Wu, the CEO of Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia, already promised, you know, that they will look into it. They will closely facilitate, monitor the application of any AOC and FAOC. So should not be a problem if you come and come forward with the complete documentation for your application.
Yes. Yeah. I fully agree. Like what I said earlier, right? CM is taking the steps already. You can see they are working towards that, right? So which is very good, right? It's long due, and maybe because previously the industry was not really there in Malaysia,
It's
right?
like chicken and egg, right?
Of course, it's like chicken and egg, right? But we have to start somewhere.
Yes.
And from what we heard from CM yesterday, Captain Chester, I believe we are going in the right direction.
Yes,
right? We are going in the right directions, right? And small things that need to be ironed out, right? But I'm sure we will reach there.
We will.
Definitely.
We will.
It's just a matter of time.
Yes.
Okay. So basically, those are the issues about safety in BA and GA, and those are my proposal at the moment, right? Which is another area that, because now if anybody outside there have any other solution or proposal, where do they go now? Where do they give that suggestion? Do they go direct to CAM? So, to me, AsBAA is good as a platform. Yeah, right.
No, I'm sorry. AsBAA is not good. AsBAA is very good.
Okay. Excellent. I would say excellent.
Okay, that's
excellent.
even better.
That's even better. So let's say in anything we would need a platform.
Yeah.
As AsBAA
Right.
currently is doing that role, right? Which gather everybody together. You know.
Yes, yes.
I salute you for the hard work that you put in.
Thank you so much.
You have played a very significant role in making this event, actually, right?
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, any questions from the audience about this subject now?
Hang on.
You have something?
You actually moved me. You know, I feel very grateful. I feel very thankful that you acknowledge whatever effort that we are doing here now. This is what AsBAA is doing, not only in Malaysia but regionally from China, Singapore, Hong Kong, Philippines, Malaysia, and Mekong region. We are trying to give the best, you know, to the industry, to our people, to the community. So I would really like to encourage the community, the people, the operators out there, come on board, join us as our member, and together we could achieve a lot more. One voice can only do so much, but when we are together, when we have a lot more numbers, our voice become louder and stronger, and it is so much easier to come together, unite, to talk to the regulators, to talk to the agencies, and to move forward together in one mutual goal, one direction. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So thank you so much. So now we acknowledge that we have 4 main issues in here. There is the cost, the awareness, the afraid of the repercussion, and the data. So we take note of that.
Thank you.
And we will work together to address this. And thank you again. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you for having me here today, Aida. Right, it's been a pleasure. And
yeah, pleasure is mine. And now let's go to the audience and see 1 or 2 questions. We'll be back shortly. Thank you. Thank you for asking the question. We have a couple of questions here. Number one, you mentioned that implementation of SMS in BA and GA to be effective, there are challenges, insufficient data, high cost, training, culture, and etc. And the solution is establishing an independent SMS platform that can be accessed by all industry players. So, if something like this is made available, do you think the industry players will subscribe to this?
Okay, here again, based on the question, right, they have lumped up everything into one.
Yeah.
Which is actually a breakdown.
Yeah.
A cost is something else, the data is something else, culture is another thing, regulation is another thing, right? So when I talk about data, it is more on awareness again. You know, informations, right? Informations, what's happening in the industry that is currently not available, right? So, is to make people aware what is the other operator facing.
Right.
Is it similar problem with us? You know, although when you talk about aircraft per se, right, that is being governed by the manufacturer, OEM. They will come up with ADSB, with respect to any safety issues.
Right.
But I'm talking about the other part of safety, you know, that is not covered by them.
Yes, yes.
You know, people falling the stairs for whatever reason, that kind of thing. So I'm sure other operator in the industry would like to know what if safety issues that you're facing in your organization, right? So that's I would say. I would definitely say there will be people subscribing to this, right? Yeah.
I am very, very confident.
Sure. We want
very
that.
confident.
Operator will want that.
Yeah, operator want. We want that, and I'm sure with you know, over the years, the data, the pattern, the information that we derive from all this will be very, very meaningful to us.
Of course, it will help us improve our SOP, you know, our procedures, how we work. The way we work, the way we do things.
Yeah,
right?
so much we can learn, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope that satisfies whoever wrote the question.
Yes. Number two, if you can give your frank opinion, yeah? Do you think in its present shape, SMS is benefiting BA and GA similar to the airline or bigger companies?
Okay, when you talk about SMS, that SMS is safety management system, right? We need to look back again. What is the purpose of SMS?
Right.
Right. Now, the purpose of SMS is actually to prevent the company from going bust.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So, irrespective of small operator, private operator, big airline, we need this.
Yes.
We need this because it's the responsibility of the operator to ensure safety, not only for their crew, their staff, but it's also for the passengers.
Yes.
Not only for the passengers. I mean, aircraft is flying all around the world, over people's house, over
the environment, the ecosystem.
Exactly. If anything were to go wrong, it would just not affect the people on the aeroplane.
Yeah, the entire thing.
Yeah, it's a big issue, right?
Yeah.
So having SMS, it's not that we do not have safety before we have this SMS. It's just doing things more systematic, more manageable, you know, more organized, right? That we identify, we we identify risk, hazard, kind of things, and we mitigate.
Yes.
Right. I think either will agree that we cannot bring down risk to zero.
Yes, there always be risk.
There's always be risk.
Yeah.
But the important is to bring risk to the lowest level possible.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. So, I said, being frank, yes, SMS is important. It's
Right.
necessary for the industry. All right. With the high tech, the way the aircraft is designed, the number of people using the aircraft, the traffic flows, that kind of thing. So, SMS actually will help to mitigate the risk.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Azhar. And okay, with that, we conclude the session. This is very informative. I think it's refreshing to know what is it exactly. We know the problem, and we really want to thank you for being here in the studio with us today. Thank you again.
You're welcome, Maida. Thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you everybody for listening to the short forum that we have.
Yeah. Up next, monitoring health and safety in business aviation by Captain Amrul Bakor. Captain Amrul, take your time, and we are so lucky that today Captain Amrul is with us here in the studio. Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank AIDA and AsBAA for choosing me for this topic. And basically, I would like to thank you all for having the time today to basically attend our safety forum. Now, I will jump straight to the topic, monitoring health and safety in business aviation. As you all may have seen in the bio earlier, we at AsiaJets operate business jets, and we are basically involving heavily in the business aviation. So when we talk about health and safety in business aviation, this particular topic is very crucial. And it's becoming more and more important to be discussed in this particular pandemic time. During this pandemic time, things has become more, I would say, more severe, or it has elevated from different category to a different category when it comes to the crew mental health and well-being. When we talk about crew safety, and it always comes to us the mental health and stress element that involve all this. Now, as crew are human, you know, they also face all sort of day life stress and so on. They might face anything from physiological stress to panic disorders to anything. It's just like anyone else. But due to the part, or due to the challenges they have in their operation, this risk can get higher and higher. And that's what we always fear of. Unfortunately, the pandemic has added much more crisis into this. During this time, everyone knows, or you heard about airlines actually being hit really bad, or the aviation industry in general. Canceling flights, countries shutting down borders, airports closing, airline running at bare minimums, and same goes to business aviation as well. So if airports are closed, no plane flies, no crew is working, and the whole thing linked to each other. Now, how do we resolve this, or how do we mitigate? The correct word here is mitigate this and avoid any accident or incident during this time. Now, the major organizations or authorities around the world, such as ICAO, IATA, EASA, FAA, even our Malaysian civil aviation, has all come up with multiple guidelines and procedures to all aviation segments. And business aviation is no different. So when we talk about safety in general in aviation, business aviation is actually more profound, or more important for it to follow such a mitigation. So today I'm going to walk you through some of it, and probably it's a good knowledge and good information for some of you, and maybe for those who are listening. Just so you know, in business aviation, all companies has been instructed to come up with a mitigation plan regarding COVID-19. When I say mitigation plan, that means it's in the form of a manual. You know, you have to study, you have to look at some guidelines from different authority, and you have, based on your operation and capacity, number of aircraft, number of crew, the type of passengers, you have to create a mitigation plan. And we at AsiaJet, of course, have our own plan. Now I'm going to walk you through some of those issues. When we talk about COVID crisis and its effect on crew mental health, let me rewind back a bit. Now, Malaysia, it's just same like any other country in the world. Airlines or business aircrafts in Malaysia are same like anywhere else on the world. We were all unprepared for this. No one was prepared for what happened last year. So it caught us by surprise. And therefore, the mitigation plan or the recovery plan, it took some time to develop. And I would say now we are in a mature stage where we can actually mitigate all crises that related to COVID-19. I would just highlight some of the physiological stress that crew might have. Basically, the changes in teamwork, climate. Now you can't operate together. You can't. You need to be separated to different teams and so on. There are multiple change of climate depending on your complexity of your operation. The risk has increased of infection, of getting infected by passengers and so on. So, you have to take extra precautions. Quarantine. Quarantine stress is a totally different topic, which, I can talk about for hours, but I will just touch about it now as a point. And the major one actually is job insecurity. Job insecurity, I'm sure everyone has heard the large numbers, and it goes in the thousands of pilots and cabin crew retrenchment around the world. That has happened in major airline, world-leading airline, as well as in Malaysia, airlines and business operations as well. So that itself has created an extreme stress that many aircrew were not prepared to handle in a very, very short time. Anxiety, external fears, all this has forced the aircrew to basically limit the exercise of their ability to exercise the privilege of their license. I wouldn't list the problems. You can see it there, but it ranges from losing jobs to losing medical license to being unable to pay your loans for your flying course or training course or whatever. It's a lot. It can lead to multiple issues. Now, what are the guidelines? How do we resolve this, or how do we operate safely and securely within this pandemic time? As I said, there are multiple guidelines issued by many international authorities like the ICAO and IATA and so on. So today I'm going to walk you on some of the practices that we as AsiaJet practice in order to monitor health and safety. Now, when we talk about crew personal health monitoring, you have two types: off duty and on duty, during duty. When you are on off duty, meaning you are at home or you are not on duty, the air crew is always encouraged to exercise their own self precautions, to always monitor their own health, their temperature, any symptoms of COVID. This one is basically primary. Now, in flight, when the crew is on flight duty or during a flight time, we encourage always periodic temperature checks, especially for the long-haul operation. Now, there has been not much of a long-haul operation lately, of course, due to borders closing and so on. But during operation time, the crew are required to check on each other and always report in the event of any symptoms. When we talk about fit for duty, the crew, the word here, the term fit for duty, is a term that we always use for aircrew. It actually not been started or developed during this time of COVID. No, it's for ages. The crew is always need to be fit for duty when they come for duty. Fit for duty means you are healthy, you are able to perform your duty, mentally fit, physically fit to fly the aircraft. So some of the points here I must highlight. Basically, the fit for duty will be mandated period of isolation or quarantine related to previous travel duty or so on. In the event the crew is tested positive for COVID-19, regardless whether he has symptoms or not, it's a no-go. You can't report for duty. Even if the crew is experiencing symptoms, suddenly you start to have temperature rising, cough, whatsoever, you must be removed from duty, and I will talk about that shortly. Also, if you have been infected and you've recovered, now, even if you're recovered from COVID-19, there should be a release documents for you to come back on duty. The release documents, basically it comes from Health Authority. In Malaysia, it comes from KKM. And without that documents, you can't come back and operate. At the same time, airlines, some of the big airlines, of course, they have developed occupational health programs whereby they encourage reporting and so on. There are multiple mitigations related to them. Now, the crew or air crew in general and business air crew, business aircraft's crew in particular, are always encouraged to limiting their exposure to any potential infection. When we say limiting, meaning not just in the aircraft or not just when it comes to duty, even when you are at home, even when you are with your family, you have to limit and always be cautious. Who are you seeing? Who are you meeting? And what are you, who are you mixing with? Now, precautions, of course, include respiratory issues, hand washing, of course, continuous hand wash, wearing face mask. Now it becomes very, very common. You can't leave your house without it. Of course, monitoring and recognition symptoms, because sometimes you might not have it, but someone around you might have symptoms. So you need to know when to catch it and trigger it and avoid it. Now, air crew as well are always encouraged to maintain health and clean environments. Now, when we say about health, a healthy and clean environment, meaning when we, healthy is your general health, and clean is basically, it starts from the moment you are in the office or reporting room or meeting room all the way to the aircraft. There are multiple ways to have the cleanliness of the environment, starting from basically disinfection of the aircraft from any viruses. And we, just to add on here, we at AsiaJet, or most of actually the business jet operator in our mitigation plan, we disinfect the aircraft after every flight. And that's part of the mitigation plan, whereby you ensure in the event there are any symptoms or viruses has been spread during the flight, now it's clean for the next passenger who's taking the aircraft. Now, crews should ensure that their immediate working environment is kept clean and regularly sanitized. Of course, if you are working in an office, or if you are working in the cockpit, or if you are working wheresoever, that area, that environment around you need to be clean as well. Aircrew uses headset, equipments in the cockpit, all those need to be cleaned and sanitized. Any equipment that you can face to use every day, you need to have it clean and sanitized. Now, of course, we must keep a good attention to equipments in the aircraft, meaning the sanitization liquid sometimes carries a high number of alcohol, where you can't just spray it on electronic equipment in the cockpit. So, of course, there's a guideline on where and how. Now, food handling and hygiene, that's a very, very important point as well. we always practice to separate the meals for the crew. So meaning the captain does not eat the same meal as the co-pilot and as the cabin crew, simply because of food hygiene. And in the event one of the meal is infected, it does not infect everybody. So that law remain valid. Now, what happened during training time? Air crew are always bound for training. Like it can be almost every month, sometimes every 3 months, and some trainings are every 6 months. So during this time, a lot of training facilities or training providers, we call them ATOs, approved training providers, has come up with their own mitigation plan. So when they welcome an air crew, there's always a procedure on how do you walk into the building, what happened pre that, when you come in to check in, and what happened during the training. Social distancing, limiting the number per class. Used to be, let's say, if they can welcome 20 people per class, now it's down to 5, 10, depending on the size, and their regulation at that particular point. So there has been a lot of revision and amendments for practical training requirements. So, and that has affected, the flow of training. When air crew used to do a training every 6 months, now due to COVID, the training facility is closed. There's no borders you can travel to do training overseas. It's complicated. So all these are to be mitigated during within the training facilities. Now, basically, sorry. Okay, when the crew member are in operation, so if you're flying from point A to point B and you have a layover, that by itself is a risk. So there is a risk plan here to mitigate that during layover by implementing certain rules and guidelines where they have to follow it. During layover, the crew has to maintain high level of personal hygiene. Layover means you're not in the comfort of your house. You're not familiar with the hygiene of your surroundings. You're in a hotel, most probably, so you don't know how clean or how is the disinfection plan for that hotel. So you need to monitor it yourself. You have to maintain a high level of personal hygiene. We encourage them to limit the time of exposure to potential risk area, meaning reduce the time of going out if you can, or be in public areas or public transport and so on, because that might lead to an infection while you are out of home base, meaning you are out of your destination. You have to always maintain physical distancing with others. Of course, wear PPE equipments, masks, carry little sanitizer at all time. This is a primary way of handling this thing during layovers. Now, assuming the crew are on layovers and now they have been in contact with an infected person, what happens? First point, they must notify their company, their airline or their operator immediately. And then once the report is done, they must be removed from duty. Until certain time, the risk has been assessed, and if it's confirmed the case is positive, then they need to follow the health authority guideline at that position, at that country, at that city, wherever they are. Isolating them from other crew, of course, is an immediate action. And if they are in the event of sharing accommodation or hotels, they need to be removed from the sharing room. So you can't be contacted with anyone. Even, let's assume they can return back in the aircraft, they need to be isolated with a private transport that send them to the aircraft. Their seat need to be isolated and all crew need to avoid any immediate or direct contact with them. So it's basically the guideline for this. Next. Okay. What happened? How do we limit infections between the flight deck, the cockpit, and the cabin? So we have also created a certain points whereby we try to, in flight of course, ground and in flight, we limit cabin crew who are consistently in close contact with the passenger. We encourage them to reduce the number of visits to the flight deck. Why is that so? It's because passengers just boarded the plane from a foreign area, from we don't know from where. Now, they could be a carrier, they could be infected, we don't know. The cabin crew will be immediately in contact with them through, the closest person to communicate with them is the cabin crew. So by limiting the cabin crew from coming much often to the cockpit, in the event of any infections or a virus availability, that itself will limit the virus from spreading to the pilots, to the cockpit. Flight crew members should only leave the flight deck for a short physiological breaks. Yeah, I mean, you know what we are talking about. We should reduce the amount of leaving the cockpit. Try to be always in the cockpit because that's your safe zone, that's your clean area. You have assurance that over there it's clear from any viruses. When it comes to ground crew or ground staff or engineers, they should not actually visit the flight deck unless it's really absolutely necessary. Now, probably, I'm sure most of you are aware when we talk about business aviation, business jet, usually we don't have the restriction between the cockpit and the cabin, the passengers. There's no bulletproof doors, there's no, at most there is a curtain. So it's always accessible. It's basically a very easy to come to the cockpit and chat with the captain, and the captains go back. It's an open area. So that actually will increase the hazards. Therefore, when we created those 3 guidelines, it's working well at the moment, and it's really helping by reducing the risk of any transmission of virus. Also, sometimes there will be a communication requirements between engineers or ground handlers when you are in a different location to pass on certain documents, clearances, flight plans, and so on. Now, that itself also has to be limited, whereby probably the crew or who is in charge of receiving those can receive it outside the aircraft, and limit the visit of the ground handler or the engineer to walk into the aircraft. What are some of the actions that we take in case of symptomatic? Now, we have been always talking about, or earlier, about how to avoid being infected. Now, assuming suddenly or unfortunately the aircrew has been confirmed infected. There are 3 elements here, or 3 situations here that we can face, but the general rule is the crew must immediately be relieved from duty. At any time they suffer symptoms, mild or high or whatsoever, at any time they face temperature exceeding 37.5, at any time they feel unwell, they must be immediately relieved from duty. That's a no discussion about it. Now, as I said, we have 3 different scenarios here. The first one is while they are off duty at base, meaning they are at their home base and they are off duty and they are symptomatic. What do they do? The immediate action is basically they need to consult the local health authority. They need to report that to KKM. They need to seek medical attention. They need to go to their nearest clinic or hospital to report that and follow the procedures. There are procedures starting from COVID test and so on. They should, of course, inform their company. They should not mix with any other crew. They should notify their superior immediately of the progress of their process. So if they have reported to a hospital or a clinic and they got admitted or asked to be admitted and confirmed positive, they need to report that. The second scenario, if this happens on board. Now, it's very highly unlikely that that a crew can catch a virus on board while during flight. Reason being is, as I spoke earlier, the disinfection process, the hygiene, the personal hygiene, and so on. So it's quite highly unlikely. Now, assuming that has happened, there is drastic measures a company or the pilots need to take. First of all, we need to understand the risk or the importance of that particular crew. Is he the captain of the plane? If he is the captain, then we need to see whether is this will it affect the safety of the operation? Will it affect the flight itself or not? Now, if is there a replacement? Can his co-pilot handle and so on? Is there a requirement for a diversion to go somewhere else and land immediately before your destination to resolve this problem? So there are certain procedures. So part of it, also the crew should be isolated from the others. Of course, you must wear a face mask. You need to be isolated to a different seats if possible. Or if it's in the cockpit, then the other crew need to limit their contacts with the person, from physical contacts to any other contacts. And then, of course, the risk assessment of the situation. Discussion will be on the purpose on what could be happen next. As long as it does not affect the safety of the flight, then it should be dealt with upon landing. The third scenario is during layover. If the crew member has any symptoms during layover, as I said earlier, of course he needs to be isolated, and at the same time he needs to contact the local health authority and follow their local procedures. Also, he needs to report to the company in order for the company to keep tracing and tracking of the situation. Yeah, that's most of it. Probably I can hand over to Aida and see if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Captain Amro. Thank you so much. That's a lot that we could learn, you know, especially during this critical time. So we really appreciate that sharing. We really appreciate your time. And now let's go to the audience and collect one or two questions. We'll be back shortly. Thank you. Thank you very much for asking, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, this is interesting.
Yes.
Okay, we have two questions here. Okay, question number one. While we address the impact of COVID-19, we seem to forget other issues that are synonymous with BA and GA, such as long standby time between flights, ad hoc call to fly, personal problem, non-availability for replacement crew, and etc. How does this impact the safety of BA and GA operation, Captain Amro?
Well, fantastic question. Thank you for those who asked. But let me just elaborate that safety awareness, it cannot be summarized in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Safety awareness, it's a journey. It's a culture that needs to be discussed, needs to be elaborated. Of course, today when we talk about safety and health of business aviation, I intend to be quickly focused towards the current serious issue. Of course, there are multiple issues now. When we talk about standby time between flights, ad hoc calls to fly, personal problems, non-availability of replacement of crew, these are problems that BA and GA also facing as well. Not replacement crew, for example, matter. I'm going to touch quickly on each one of them due to time. But replacement of crew, for example, it becomes a serious issue lately when much of the operators in BA and GA had to exercise retrenchments or put some of the crew on an unpaid exercise, unpaid leave exercise. Now, these crew intend to have their own personal problem, their own issues. And when it comes to calling them for replacement or identifying a different person, it definitely impacted the general operation of the company. Non-availability, it's not really a big issue in BA and GA because BA and GA, especially in Malaysia, is not a huge industry. It's a very small industry, and there are most of the time availability for crew. Now, whether you're lucky to call them back or not, that's another story, because they might find alternatives by the time you call them back. So yeah, again, I'm sorry we can't cover everything regarding safety and health in business aviation in a very short time. It all comes down to safety culture.
Yes, yes. But that's interesting. This is the nature of our business. Ad hoc is our daily food.
Exactly. So
yeah.
Ad hoc operation is not a big matter at the moment, because usually BA and GA operation is always ad hoc. It's always on call, on a last minute, you know, so yeah.
That's why it is so privileged, it is so special. Okay, question number 2. As a foreign BA and GA pilot flying in Malaysia, no, you are Malaysian now. What is your take on the overall safety level of Malaysia BA and GA?
Also very nice question. Now, probably I must highlight that Malaysia was one of the first country to implement safety mitigation, and when it comes to BA and GA.
Yes.
Malaysia, I remember very clearly, early on 2020, the CAM of Malaysia was immediately the first to contact us, even though we operate overseas and so on internationally, but CAM was the first to communicate with us and said, guys, create your mitigation issue. Tell us how you're gonna cope with this problem.
They're quite proactive.
Exactly. So they were among the first to participate, to guide. And recently we can see that it's more and more cooperative and I would say more proactive. There's a lot of notes, circulars being sent by them to create awareness, to inform the crew on, be aware of things, maintain your personal health, physical health, and so on. So it's I would say it's among the first, and so far we are doing well, I would say.
Fantastic. So thank you very much, Captain Amro. That's very, very informative, and that helps to clear the participant who's asking. Before we go to our last program, now this is interesting. We will have our final lucky draw session. So I will pass it back to Anthony in Hong Kong to conduct this session. Thank you so much, Anthony. Thank you. That's really fun, and congratulations to the lucky draw winner. Again, I would like to thank you to all the sponsors today that make this event possible. I would like to give a special thank you to MOT, Ministry of Transportation Malaysia, Civil Aviation Authority Malaysia, our platinum sponsors, Dassault Aviation, Gulfstream and World Fuel. Thank you so much. You make this event possible, and of course, very important one, thank you to all the participants that make time to be with us today, plus the working committee. Thank you so much. Up next, it will be AsBAA Discovery, encouraging the next generation of aviators in Malaysia. We will be coming back shortly. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us. And now we have our very special session, AsBAA Discovery. Together with us, we have Ms. Kim Chua, the Director of Student Success, AsBAA Riddle Aeronautical from Singapore. Hi, Kim. How are you?
Hi, Ida.
And we have Dr. Muhammad Hafizi bin Shamsuddin from MIAT, Malaysia Institute of Aviation Technology. And also we have Mr. Muhammad Aizuddin bin Ilyas, one of our LAE from Polytechnic Banting. Thank you for being with us today.
Welcome.
Okay, so allow me to introduce AsBAA Discovery. This is one component that is bridging the industry and the institution. It is a very important component to close the gap between the industry and the institution, and then this is one of the very critical part to ensure the continuity of the talent pool in our industry. Okay, so now let's go to Kim. Kim, how are you today?
I'm great. Thank you for your invitation, and thanks for. I'm just very, privileged to be part of this very distinguished panel. So I agree with you. It is a very important initiative to be able to bridge the talent gap that we currently experience in the aviation and aerospace industry in Malaysia and Singapore. So, good initiative, AsBAA.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, for a start, do you mind share with us what is latest now in AsBAA Riddle Singapore? Is there a new initiative crafted recently due to this COVID-19 pandemic?
So in AsBAA Riddle Aeronautical University Asia, we take pride in the fact that we support our eagles during school and after school. So I understand, and we all understand, that COVID has been a very difficult time for the aviation industry, for the aviation professionals. So we have actually crafted 3 financial, aid for the existing students. So the first one will be a study grant for all existing students who are enrolled in AsBAA Riddle Aeronautical University Asia. A one-time off study grant granted to all current students. The second one that we have is specific to COVID-19. It's called the COVID-19 Scholarship. And for applicants who apply to AsBAA Riddle Aeronautical University Asia during 2020 to 2021, they will respectively receive generous, grants to offset their tuition fees. So that's specific to new applicants. And the third financial aid program that we have has been in place even before COVID, but I thought it's worth mentioning because we're very proud of this Returning Eagles scholarship, whereby we encourage our eagles who have graduated with a bachelor's degree to come back to AsBAA Riddle Aeronautical University Asia, to continue with their higher degrees like a PhD or master's degree, and to thank them for their support. We also give them a very generous, tuition fee grant of 10,000. Additionally, that's financial. Additionally, my Office of Student Success has also been very instrumental in making sure that my students are supported in terms of emotional and mental health and well-being. So since last year, we have curated a series of mental and emotional health talks with experts in the field, right? So we've actually invited psychologists, psychotherapists, mental health practitioners to come and speak with students to talk about it, topics like anxiety, anger management, stress management, because we think it's very important to take care of our students in these trying times. These talks are also available to all faculty members to attend as well. The last thing I want to talk about is also the alumni mentoring initiative. We understand that graduating last year and this year will be a very trying period because the industry has been very hard hit, right? And there might be limited opportunities for the graduating class of 2020 and 2021. So to sort of support our graduating classes, we have this alumni mentoring initiative, and our alumni have actually stepped forward to volunteer their time, their expertise to support us by being mentors to students who have applied to be mentees. So it's a 4-month program. They are matched with a mentor, and the mentor basically gives them industry insights, perspectives, tips, strategies, and even suggestions on how to navigate certain scenarios in the employment landscape. So that's just some of the initiatives we've come up with to support our students as well.
Thank you. I think that is fantastic. You crafted very well balanced, you know, the financial part, the mental part, and then having this alumni supporting the current student on mentor and mentee program. I think that's really fantastic. Thank you, Kim. And now let's go to Dr. Hafizi. This is interesting. We heard that MIAT is one of the best aviation institution in Malaysia. Is that true? And if it's true, I'm sure so many audience out there would love to know why, Doctor.
Right, Aida, I will be losing my job if I say it's not true. So, yes, of course it's true, right? Okay. I think we have been taking pride of what we do for the past 20 years. Right. I think MIAT has been very niche. Oh, yes. In terms of the area that we focused on. Yeah. We focused on aircraft maintenance, right? And we've been doing this for the past 20 years, right? Excellent. So if one thing that you want to actually impress your customer is basically when they ask you what you do, is that we've been doing only this for the past 20 years. Yeah. That shows that the confidence level that we have been gaining thus far over the past 20 years, and the sort of quality that we can actually progress through in the field that we do. Excellent. Right. So, and what is the secret? Right, like you asked me, and what is the secret? I guess the secret would be a balance between having, you know, a good manpower within MIAT. Right. Because we are heavily on, in terms of technical aircraft maintenance, we have a good balance between, you know, those coming from the industries and also lecturers coming from, you know, a research background. Right. Right. So we can deliver both worlds. Fantastic. So we can give the students in terms of the knowledge of the theoretical knowledge, and in terms of the practical knowledge as well. Right. Right. And the other thing that is actually differentiates us from the rest, I guess, that I'm very proud of to actually say this, is so far we are the only university status that has both approval from the local authorities, Civil Aviation Authority Malaysia, CAA yes. Malaysia, and also IASA. Fantastic. As the Part 147 right. approved training organization. And because of that, you know, we have to be different, yes. right? So how do we differentiate ourselves from the rest is, I think, you know, we come up with a concept which I think has been muted by, well, my Sifu, I guess, you know, from my previous bosses. And we've been designing what we call as a teaching factory. Right. Right? So one of our baby campus in Subang is a teaching factory concept. Yes. You know? So we are proud of having the industry within us. Right? Fantastic. So this is something different and unique that we provide, right, to our students. Because why? Because we think that giving them the exposure of the aviation industry right. is critical. Right. Right? So that when they come to school or when they come to the university, they come together with industry. You know, right. they come together yes. with the people that work yes, together. Yeah. So when they go out and work, they will not be alien with the environment. Right. Right? So they have, we have the real 145 company operating in MIAT Subang. Right. So they can actually observe not just observe, they can also involved, right, in the activity as well. So I think it is crucial that when it comes to this, the things that we do, right, to give them the earliest possible exposure is key and critical, right? So the teaching factory that we have is actually the thing that is very unique. Yes. And I'm proud to say that at this moment we have about 5 companies operating in Subang.
Wow.
Yeah, 5 companies operating in Subang. And we'll be expanding this even more. And we are working closely with the industry, right? So that we welcome them, so that they work together with the university for us to actually build the future generation for aviation. Right.
Fantastic.
Right.
That's interesting. So the student actually could have a real life industry experience with these 5 companies.
Exactly. That's the whole idea.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's very good. Thank you, Doctor.
Right.
And now let's go to our next panelist here today, Encik Muhammad Aizuddin. Lately, PBS, Polytechnic Banting, is very active and getting more involved with AsBAA Discovery and AsBAA chapter meeting. Why is that so? Is there a certain benefit that really meaningful to the Polytechnic and the student? Yes.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much, Aida. Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to all the panelists and participants. Myself, on behalf of Polytechnic Banting, the Director of Polytechnic Banting, Dr. Noayati, all the academic and non-academic staff, the students of Polytechnic Banting, we would like to congratulate AsBAA, first of all, for organizing this wonderful event. All right. We hope that more of this kind of event will be held later on in Malaysia. Because as far as I'm concerned, this is the first time that AsBAA held this kind of forum, right, in Malaysia. My name is Aizuddin. Is it okay to introduce a little bit about myself? Yeah. My name is Muhammad Aizuddin. I'm from Klang. I joined Polytechnic Banting since 2020. I'm quite new in this Polytechnic Banting, less than 6 months. I'm still a practicing licensed aircraft engineer. I've been involved in this field since 2006. It's been more than 15 years. So with the little experience that I have, I wish I could share the knowledge and everything with the students in Polytechnic Banting. Okay, with regards to your question, Aida, why is Polytechnic Banting, doing cooperation with AsBAA? It's mainly due to because, as far as we're concerned, AsBAA is a non-profit organization.
Right.
It has lots of members, including the major players in the industry. So, with the big players in your team in AsBAA, I wish we could, sort to maybe you can, finalize some kind of deal, and some kind of agreement for our students in Polytechnic Banting to get more involved in the industry, especially with the bigger players.
Right. Thank you. And we also in AsBAA, we are very, very happy to to directly engage with the institution. So thank you for always being very supportive and more involved lately.
Most welcome.
Yeah. Kim, expanding a tradition of excellence, that's really powerful motto of AsBAA Riddle. Can you share, since your establishment in 2011, how many graduates that you produce and where are they currently working? Majority is working in Singapore or in other countries in the region?
So thank you for that little pitch, Ida. That's true. Expanding a tradition of excellence is our motto. We take pride in the high quality graduates that we produce year after year. AsBAA Riddle Asia is the youngest member of the AsBAA Riddle family. We have 2 very big and established residential campuses in the US, one in the state of Florida, and the other one in Arizona. And also we have a very strong and very established online training university as well. So we are the youngest in the Embry-Riddle family. And you're right, we've been established since 2011. We have to date produced more than 700 graduates locally, regionally. So just to give you an idea of the demographics of our graduates and current students, we have a good percentage of our student population. We're looking at 20% international students and 80% Singaporeans. So they mostly come to me, when they finish their national service, and then they pursue their Bachelor of Science in Aeronautics or Aviation business with us. And a lot of them, upon graduation, go on to join the local aviation and aerospace industry. So it's very heartening to know that a lot of them actually choose to join the industry upon graduation. However, last year has been a really challenging year for the graduating classes, and also some of my students have actually pivoted to other industries, by virtue of the fact that it's necessary. Out of necessity, they had to pivot. So I think that is inevitable, but I'm also very glad that they were able to pivot to other industries, that value the skill set of an aviation degree.
Fantastic. Thank you, Kim. Thank you. So that's actually is very interesting. That's quite a lot, having 20% of the international student that going to Embry-Riddle, Asia and Singapore. That's very interesting. And now let's go to Dr. Hafizi.
Right.
What are the challenges MIAT now facing due to COVID-19, and what are the solutions?
Well, honestly, Aida, I think everybody is actually affected by this COVID-19 pandemic, right? But before I think I answer that question, let's just paint the picture, right? Sure. And how severe that the aviation industry is actually suffering from this COVID-19. Right. If we look at the recent report from ICAO, right? I think they did this study somewhere in March, I guess. They say that it is almost 60% in reduction, right? In 2020 statistic compared to 2019. Yes. Now, that 60% reduction in terms of passenger traveling equates to billions of US dollars, yes. Affected the airlines, the airports, the ground companies that operating the aircrafts and whatnot. So it also affects us as as the ATO. I'll tell you for two reasons, right? When COVID-19 hits us, I mean, this is something unprecedented, right? Yes. We never saw this coming, yes. right? And a lot of the aviationists, I would say, yes. were actually retrenched, and because of that, it paints a picture to the aviation people, right? Yes. It paints a picture that, or perhaps to the future generations, that the job insecurity that this thing is actually posting, right? So that job insecurity is something that we have to address, right? Something yes. that is critical that we have to address. And then that affects us in terms of the number of students intake that enrolls into our program, okay? So how do we actually come up with a solution, right, Aida? Yes. So one of it is that by engaging with people like us, organization like AsBAA, okay, right. that has been engaging with potential feeders. So for us to correct the mindset about the aviation industry, because to say that this is just temporarily, right? And we are going to bounce back from this pandemic. And I think aviation will always be, the trendsetter, right? For all other industries. So that's how, right? The other thing that, the thing that also affects us is basically in terms of our operation itself, Aida, right? Because we are heavily in terms of practical, okay? We are very heavily in terms of practical. And now we are thinking, the thing that I just mentioned to you just now about our strength is also a threat, right? Right? So because we never know that this COVID-19, you know, the kind of effect that it brings to us, so the strength that we have is now our threat, right? So how do we move on? So luckily we have something in place, right? We innovate through the programs that we have. So we are now looking at venturing into courses of smart MRO.
Right.
Okay. So looking at introducing technologies like augmented reality, virtual reality, and we are going to go into simulators, right? Fantastic. And we have secure funds from the government.
Oh,
right?
wonderful.
Yeah, for us to actually introduce this to the young generation. So what we have been doing so far in the past is actually the conventional MRO.
Right.
Right? So the future MRO will be more digital, right? So if you look at it, COVID-19, what it does is basically it becomes a catalyst to IR 4.0.
Right.
So the digital world has now become more advanced, right? So we have taken a step to participate in this advancement of the digital world.
Right.
Right. So that is the second thing that we have actually progressed because of this COVID-19. The other thing that we also see is that we have been too reliant in terms of one critical area, which is just the MRO. So the moment I took office, which is I think August last year, I realized that you know there's a saying that you don't put all your eggs in one basket. It's just too risky, right?
Yes.
So this is the time where we need to think to diversify in terms of our programs, right? So now MIAT is also looking at opportunities where we can actually offer just beyond MRO, right? Beyond as an aircraft maintenance program, beyond the aircraft maintenance program. So we are looking at opportunities to also offer aviation sciences, for instance. We have at this moment aviation management, but we are also looking at other pillars to support the aviation industries. So COVID-19 is very interesting, Aida, right? Because we never saw this coming, but it also opens up to opportunities, new opportunities for us to venture and to progress in terms of our businesses. So I think there are pros and cons, but I think the key solution to this is the industries and the organization like AsBAA, together with the university and also the authority, we have to work together, all right? And to push forward so that we can bounce back strongly together. Right.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Moving into smart MRO, that's the future, yeah?
That will be the future.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you for that, Dr. Hafizi. And now, Mr. Aizzuddin, I'm sure that many students and parents are worried, so worried about the future career and what will happen in 2-3 years' time from now because of this pandemic. So what is your comment, sir?
Okay, thank you very much, Aida and Dr. Hafizi. Just as Dr. Hafizi mentioned just now, due to the pandemics, as per ICAO analysis of last year, the aviation world has been slumped, has been declined more than 60%.
Yes.
So for the industry to catch up, back on track, as previously, it will take some time. Definitely will take some time.
Yep.
But what we have to bear in mind is, you know, for me, every cloud has a silver lining, right? So by hook or by crook, one day they will be back to normal.
Yes.
It will be back on track, just as before. But as if I'm not mistaken, as per ICAO projection, the volume of air traffic, you know, in terms of passengers and freight, will be back to normal within 2-3 years. I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's 2024. They will get the pre-COVID volume 100% back again, you know, before 2024 or by 2024. So with regards to students, you know, I understand parents, you know, worrying about their kids studying in colleges related to aviation, such as in Polytechnic Banting. our niche course is aircraft maintenance. In fact, we are a CAM approved aircraft training organization, Part 147. Right. So we try hard, we strive hard in Poly Banting to feed the students whatever we can, you see. We try to give them whatever knowledge, whatever experience we could, you know, sharing with them, teaching them, you know, engaging with them, you know, listening to the concern. But the industry definitely will be back to normal someday, so I don't think the parents should worry too much regarding, you know, job insecurity. Yes, right now, most people, in particular, if you're talking about aviation world in Malaysia, you know, even my colleagues before in the commercial airlines, most of them lost their jobs. You see, they have to stand down, you know, unpaid leave, but that will definitely be temporary. Once everything is normalized, then, you know, this thing happened less than 2 years, I see. Yeah, within 2 years, the time frame is 2 years. So as per ICAO projection, the industry will be back to normal within 2-3 years. So you have that 3 years to catch up what you lost, you know, from the previous 2 years. So it will be a kind of a race, you see. And I can see lots of job opportunities going to be created within that 2-3 years. Yeah. So for the students, especially in Poly Banting, you don't have to worry too much. You will be there someday in the industry. But the most important is gain your knowledge as much as you could, even to the, you know, the rest of the aviation student. You don't have to worry too much. No matter where you're learning, you know, it's going to be a booming industry soon, just like before, I reckon. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Izzuddin. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the student, or maybe we have some parents watching with us today, worrying will not bring us far. So let's focus on the solution and let's do what we can do to improve and to make things better, yeah? Yeah. Okay, let's get back to Kim. Do you think AsBAA discovery is important? And if it is, share with us why.
I think AsBAA Discovery is a wonderful initiative that allows really students or anyone who's interested in the industry to find out more, right? I think that it is important for a few reasons. Number one, for outreach purposes and also for educational purposes. I think there are some misconceptions, glamorous misconceptions revolving the industry, good ones. And I also think that there are also untapped opportunities, potential within the business aviation industry that might be overlooked. I have to say this, you know, before I came to know about AsBAA, I also had those misconceptions about, you know, business aviation. But now that I know the industry and I understand that, I understand and I see it in terms of its untapped potential and, potential opportunities, job opportunities. I think this is a great initiative to sort of bridge and also build the talent pool, right? And getting students to be aware that, hey, these are pockets that you could tap on, leverage on, explore. I think most importantly, as educators, I think we can't teach everything. That's the truth, right? We can't teach everything to everyone. But what we can do is offer options, getting them to explore their possibilities. I think it's when people see possibilities, when people see potential, that's when the true magic happens. That's what I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. I really like that magic word. I'm a so firm believer in magics. Yeah, magics do happen when you believe. So it's very encouraging to know that Embroidery Riddle take AsBAA discovery seriously and understand and feel the value that we are trying to bring. Dr. Hafizi.
Right. Yeah.
What more do you expect or you would like to see and experience with AsBAA discovery in the future?
Well, it's very interesting, Aida, when you say the future, right? I think I have to congratulate AsBAA because for such a sterling job for AsBAA in bridging the gap between the younger generation and also introducing or promoting the aviation world. Right? But if we talk about the future, Aida, I think we need to start to think big, right? Because the way I see it, if you analyze the trend of the aviation industry, especially the business aviation, right? The future would be in terms of, bringing the dimension of flying to a new level. And when I say that, we're talking about remote flying, we're talking about drones, we're talking about unmanned aircraft, So that's the future, Aida. So we need to start thinking big now, So when we want to educate the future generations, let's educate them on something that's going to, come to them in just in a near future, which is just 3 to 5 years, right, in time. So I think there's a lot of things that we need to be prepared. If you look at the recent framework that was released by the Ministry of Science, MOSTI, right? They have mentioned that drone, right, will be the future and will drive 10 promising technological sectors and also 10 promising economic growth, right? So that is very critical, right? So I think that AsBAA and also the university, we have a role, right? The role is for us to actually educate the youngsters, right? Because we see nowadays that people normally see drone as a hobbyist, right? They normally see it as a hobbyist. But I think because this is going to actually be the future of aviation, I think we have the role to actually introduce this at an earlier stage. All right? So perhaps, one drone, one family.
Wow.
Yeah, right? So, but
one drone, one family.
Yeah. However, the essence of it is basically to teach them safety, the safety aspect of it, right? Because I had an engagement with CEO of CAM recently. It's very interesting where he said, he saw that the drone technology or the drone industry in Malaysia is growing rapidly. Yeah, very rapidly, and it will encompass every business aspect of the industry in Malaysia. However, very few are still looking at the safety aspect of it. Right? So when you talk about safety aspect, there are two things: the technology side, and also in terms of the ethical side of it. Those who are operating the drones, they have to be very ethical in terms of the safety awareness. So I think that's where we can come in, not just to introduce the technology itself, but also to actually teach the younger generation about how drone can actually affect the aviation industry and how this can become a future career for them, and how they can be a very ethical, drone operator, for instance, because this will be the future, right? This will be the future. So I think, to answer your question, yeah, that will be something that I would like for AsBAA and MIAT to work in the future, because that is something definitely, Aida, that I will be working and I am currently working on. So I think it will be very interesting for me to actually tie up with AsBAA to actually embark on this future drone technology.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Hafizi. Yeah, safety is so paramount. That's why we have this session.
Yeah.
That's why we have this forum. That's why we continuously having a safety day, safety forum, safety summit in every country, in Asia Pacific region, where AsBAA is try to consolidate and put together all the operators. Okay, now Mr. Aizuddin, bridging the institution and the aviation industry is one of the activity that we always like to implement. Can you suggest what are the activity that we both, the institution and AsBAA, could perform to enhance the win-win benefit among us?
Okay, thank you, Aida and Dr. Hafizi. Rewinding back to what you mentioned just now regarding safety, in fact, safety in aviation is priority. That's why we have one module. If you're talking about aircraft maintenance subject, we have one module called human factor, and a smaller module is called maintenance practices. So what they emphasize in these two modules are safety. Yeah? No matter what subdivision you're working in aviation, whether you're a pilot, you're a maintenance engineer, even you're a crew or ground handler, safety is always on top. right? There's no compromise when we're talking about safety. It will always be a priority. So with regards to your question just now, AsBAA and Polytechnic Banting, what can be done further in future? I see many potential, in our cooperation, collaboration. To be frank, Polytechnic Banting, we are a new player in the industry, in aircraft training organization. We've been in the industry less than 8 years, I guess. But I'm not being boastful, I'm sorry, but in terms of facilities, we have, up-to-date, state-of-the-art workshops and hangars. In fact, we acquired few units of live fixed and rotor wings aircraft recently. So, in terms of experience, students in Polytechnic Banting, they can earn quite a lot of experience in Polytechnic Banting alone, but still they have to go out to the industry to gain more knowledge and experience. With regards to AsBAA, I see that, as I mentioned earlier, AsBAA, they have a good connection with industry players, big guns in the industry. So maybe we can sort out some way to commemorate, to create more kind of this forum event in the future, to emphasize more on safety, even for non-aviation, for aviation enthusiasts, they can join the event someday later on, to get more detailed knowledge regarding what aviation is all about. Yep. I think the best way to cooperate initially is via forum such as this. I believe is a very progressive way, for our aviation industry in Malaysia specifically. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Aizzuddin. So we definitely going to have a lot more forum, a lot more engagement, Embraer Riddle, PBS and MIAT with AsBAA and AsBAA Discovery. So thank you for that. Now, let's wrap up, and now we are heading to our conclusion for this session. Okay, our panelists. This is a very interesting question. What is one thing that you would like our audience to remember you? Remember you, remember your organization today out of this engagement. Okay, number one, to the industry players who are with us today. Number two, to the students who are watching us right now. What is the one thing that you would like them to remember you?
Shall I start?
Yes.
Okay, right. Okay. I think if I can just put it into one word, Aida, right? I think I will just say future.
Okay.
Right? The future. Okay. So for the students out there, let me just emphasize that aviation has a very bright future.
Oh yeah.
Okay. It has a very bright future. And don't be too worrying about what's happening at this moment, because I think, like I said, it's going to bounce back.
Yes.
And one other thing that I think is very critical, and is very something critical that I have to actually emphasize to all the potential students out there, is basically, I have seen it in myself that the courses that we develop at MIAT is not just providing the for the industries, right? But it also has developed the character of the students itself. Because when we talk about competency, Aida, there are three elements in competency. You have knowledge, you have skills, but the other thing that is also important is the attitude, right? And I've seen it, day after day when I go out to the industry. Sometimes, I didn't even realize my students. They always go and say, "Sir, do you remember me?" And I've seen such character being developed in them. So I'm seeing that aviation is a good platform, because the sort of training like MIAT, Polytechnic Banting, that we actually grill them, it really builds the attitude and the character in them. So for those potential students out there, if you would like to have a bright future, to build your character, to build your career, I think why not explore, or why not put it in your list, in your wish list. I'm not saying that aviation is the only one that can actually produce that kind of character, but I think you should not disregard aviation, you know. So put it in one of your list. And to the industry players, Aida, right?
Yes.
We have to work together
Yes.
for the future.
Sure.
Yeah. So like I said, Niat, at this moment in time, we are developing the future MRO.
Sure.
So we will provide the training in terms of what the future MRO entails.
Right.
The augmented reality, the virtual reality, using drone for inspection.
Right.
And then we have the simulator, right, later on that we will introduce. So there is no doubt that the industry, the authority, and also the university, these three things, and also the organization like you guys,
sure,
we have to work together, right, to build the future for the students, right? For those who will be our future leaders one day.
Sure.
Right.
We have to work together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. How about you, Mr. Izzuddin?
Okay. First of all, I would like to convey a message to the industry. On behalf of Polytechnic Banting, our arms are wide open to invite you, come and visit us. You know, we talk, we see what we can, in whatever way, feel or we can collaborate someday in the future. Even Miat, you're most welcome to join us. You know. And to the students, I just have one sentence to remind you. Think aviation, think Poly Banting. Could be my trademark.
Okay, thank you so much.
Welcome.
And now, all the way from Singapore, Kim, what is the one thing that you would like our audience to remember you out of this engagement? One to the industry and another one to the students. Thank you.
So I'll start with the students. I say this in classes all the time. I tell them, you don't need to be the strongest, the leanest, the meanest to thrive in the industry. I think the industry offers fairly equal opportunities. But what you do need to be is make sure that you're the best informed. So stay connected to the industry by, you know, attending forums like this, you know, following aviation thought leadership, and also being aware of the trends that are shaping the industry and staying on top, making sure that you are, you know, in the aisle and the corridors of information, incoming information. Make sure you park yourself there. All right, that's to the students, being the best informed. Number two, to industry players, I think there's a lot of talk and a lot of chatter about deep tech. For me, I'm trained as a social scientist. I always believe that just as tech is important, the human side of things is also important. So don't forget the deep human side of the industry. How are you taking care of your people? How are you retaining? How are you attracting talents? How are you developing talents? So I think that's very important, because even though the industry may be going through a digital transformation right now as we speak, innovation and all of that, but I think it's also important to bear in mind it is still very much a very human-centric industry.
Yeah.
So let's not lose sight of that. You know, continue to foster the deep human qualities of our aviation professionals. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. That's really important, to pay serious attention to the human side of us. You know, we in aviation, even though how demanding, how stressful it is, we are still human.
Yeah.
And we cannot take that part out of us. Yeah. Sure. Thank you so much for that. And ladies and gentlemen, the panelists, thank you so much for sharing with us. Now let's give the audience a minute to send us the question, and we will attend the question shortly. Stay tuned. Thank you for asking a very good question. We have a couple in here. Okay, so let me read the first one. With the COVID-19 pandemic sending the aviation industry into a spin, many parents and students are worried that the future may not be so bright in the aviation or aerospace industry. What do you have to say about this? Okay, let's have Kim. What do you think of this, Kim?
I've been asked this question many times. I only have a few things that I would like to highlight, and that is our industry is cyclical. The nature of the industry is cyclical. So there are ups, there are downs. It's inevitable. So we are seeing right now, unfortunately, the downs of the industry, right? But we survived SARS, we survived 9/11. We did. We don't know how we did it, but we did. And I think that for students who are starting on their degrees now, in 2 or 3 years' time, when the industry picks up, they are very well positioned to ride that uptake again. So I think I wouldn't worry too much about current students who are taking their degrees in aviation studies. But what about, you may ask, what about graduating classes? And that's why I tell them to upskill and pivot. I understand that right now opportunities are very limited, and we all recognize that. I mean, it is a well-known fact. So in Singapore, we have the Skills Future, initiative to get Singaporeans to learn new skills, whether it's in the area of data analytics, or whether in the area of AI, or whether it's in the area of something that appeals to them, but upskill yourself. And also, I've also seen a trend of students going for master's degree after their bachelor's program. Is it a good move? I think, again, it all depends on the outcomes that we want. So I think that these are interesting trends. It is a fact that the industry will pick up, because aviation is the only industry that connects industries, connect cultures, connect populations. We cannot not open up our borders. It is a matter of time. So in the meantime, do whatever it takes to upskill, pivot, and ride it out, whether is it via upskilling, reskilling, or via taking on another higher degree. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Kim. I am 100% with you. Don't worry too much. Do what is right, okay? We will definitely go back in there. No one else can do what we in aviation do. We connect every continent, every state's country. We do that all the time. We will definitely come back. And yes, we cannot not to open the border. Definitely, the government, the authority, regulators are doing everything best they could to open the border very soon. Question number 2. Aviation is a specialization. So many of the people who lost their jobs over the past year are caught with no other survival skill. How are your schools addressing this in the context of new syllabus, new programs, and etc.? Dr. Hafizi?
Right. Yes, indeed. I think aviation is very specialized.
Yes.
And one thing that I always remind my students is sometimes it's not just specialized, but sometimes the promising that in terms of the job prospect and also the salary that can actually be brought, that can entice them.
Yeah.
So before COVID-19 hits us, there was nothing to worry about. Right? There was nothing to worry about. I see that a lot of my students, after completing their diploma, they just pursue their diploma, they just pursue their career, right? They don't have a second thought, it's actually pursuing the degree, and all that. But I always remind them one thing, Aida. The thing that I always remind them is that whatever professional certifications that you have, it only valids, it has an expiration date.
Yes.
It only valids for a certain number of years, right? In the future, you need to have an insurance policy.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, right?
Yes.
So we see what's happening now in COVID-19. When COVID-19 hits us, right? A lot of the pilots, were laid off. A lot of the engineers were laid off. And a lot of them carry so many experience, vast of experience, but they don't have education qualification.
Correct.
So how can organizations like MIAT or for example Polytechnic Banting, or how can they contribute back to the society when they don't have this?
Yes.
Right? So this is something that we realize, and then the government realize it, right? So there need to be something that they can fall back on. So I always remind my students, whatever you do, how passionate you are you need to have an insurance policy.
Yes.
And education is the best insurance policy there is, right? It's the best insurance policy there are.
And no one can ever take
it away from you.
Away
Exactly.
From you. Yeah.
Exactly. But to answer the question, right?
Yeah.
We understand that a lot of people who have been retrenched and they caught up with no survival skills. What are we doing to help them, right? Well, in fact, the government realized this and they have installed a few initiatives, in fact. And we have, UniKL have taken the step to actually introduce this initiative as well. They call accreditation prior experiential learning, right?
Oh, well
APEL, whereby they take into account the experience that they have, right? Which is equivalent to a diploma or a degree, which then they can pursue their masters. So they don't have to pursue, you know, a normal bachelor degree that will take 4 years, right? They will take into account your experience, right? And we have adopted it, right?
Fantastic.
To give opportunity for these people. Right?
Yeah, that's a good news.
That's a good news as well. And there's another one, it's micro-credential, okay? Unbundling of the programs that we have, so we can offer them. So those who are still working, they can also pursue their study, right? And those who have not looking at a different career, they can also take courses in which towards their liking, right? So these are the initiatives that we are embarking at this moment to help these people. But the key thing, the key point that we have to take away from this question is that education is the best insurance policy, right? So don't ignore that.
Remember that is so true in whatever situation, circumstances. Education is always the best insurance policy, and no one could possibly ever take that away from you.
Exactly.
Okay, number 3. Do you see the new normal of digital technology and smart technology will take the demand for aviation and aerospace qualified personnel less employable? Mr. Izzuddin?
Okay, thanks, Aida. But for that, I could not agree more than what Dr. Fizita shared just now. In fact, in Polytechnic Banting, we offer the students, they have an option. It's either they're taking the license alone, you know, for aircraft maintenance license, or they can do a diploma as well with an aircraft maintenance license. I cannot agree more than that, Dr. Fizi. It's a good fact. With regards to the question, me myself as a licensed engineer, in aviation we have so many kinds of inspection. We have visual inspection, detailed visual inspection, you know. To ease us in the process, yes, you could use technology, but to get the detailed output of the, you know, of the process, of the inspection process, you still need human being to carry out the task. You know, it can never be the same. You know, computer and human beings. Yes, computer they ease your job, but human beings decide whether the computer does it correctly or not. So in the long term, it could be, the possibilities are there. People will get, even nowadays, people are less dependable on human beings. They're using computers more. But if we're talking about aviation, especially in the field of aircraft maintenance, human engagement will always be there. It will always be there. It's possible for you to get, I've been working in a maintenance repair organization before, in MRO hangar. I've been working in line maintenance. I couldn't see any scenario or any possibilities, machine, you know, doing the job, you know, holding range, going to the aircraft, you know, talking to the pilots, listening to the defects, you know, it's kind of, it could be, but it take more than, who knows, 100 years. But for now, human engagement will still be needed. So, employability shouldn't be a problem, especially when the pandemic ends. I think, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Izzuddin. We humans, certain things, there is only human, and human can perform it so well. No machine can do our job. Okay, so don't worry so much. Number 4, to be realistic, getting back to anywhere near pre-COVID condition, the aviation and aerospace industry will take no less than 3 years. How are your school positioning yourself to ride the wave? I open this to our panelists. Feel free to answer.
Right. Okay. Miat, for instance, I do agree with whoever is actually asking this question. I mean, it is correct that, like I said before, looking at all the economic crisis that we have gone through, this COVID-19 is the worst by far.
Oh yes.
60% drop decline in terms
Yes.
of well, whatever performance that if we compare to the last year, or if we compare this with any other crisis, right? So it's going to take a while, definitely. But I also mentioned one thing, Ida, that one thing that has advanced very rapidly during this COVID-19 is the advancement of the digital world. We see that during the COVID-19, how many people starts shopping online, you know, and then because of that, you know, if you look at the ICAO report, one sector of the aviation prosper that much is the cargo, right? And a lot of the airlines is taking initiative of the P2F, you know, the passenger to freighter kind of initiative, right? So we, as a school, we cannot actually escape from this, you know. So we see that the way forward for us is to also to go digital, all right? To go digital, to offer courses online as well, all right? Because that's the market out there. We cannot be too reliant upon the local students, so we have to go international, right? But if we go international, right, there is also an issue in terms of student visa. You know, they cannot travel and come in, right? So there are issues there. So one of the ways that we handle this is like what I mentioned before. We offer through micro credentials.
Right.
So we just offer them programs or courses in itself only. For instance, like Mr. Izzuddin mentioned that human factor. So if anyone out there around the world that would like to learn with Polytechnic Banting or with MIAT just on the topic of human factor, you're much welcome, and we can provide you that. And so this will be done online.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So this is how actually we can actually cushion out the COVID, the impact of COVID-19 to at least for MIAT, right? So the way forward that I see is that we cannot escape the digital world, right? We cannot ignore the fact that everything has moved digital.
Yes.
Right.
Kim, would you like to add on this?
Yes, so I think that in my current context, what we have done is multi-pronged. The first one would be ensuring that students are equipped with industry relevant skill sets as well as knowledge. And also, I think in recent months, we've also introduced students to the fact that it is so important to have internships. It is also very important to do industry-specific projects. That has never changed. Our focus on that has never changed. But I think in the COVID context that we are operating in right now, there is a stronger emphasis on how can we help students navigate the industry post-COVID. So I think last year the discussions was mostly on how do we help our graduating students navigate COVID, right? You know, and employability. But now we are really looking at how we can help our students navigate the industry after COVID, because it will be a very different industry. Are you ready for that? So have you actually attained and worked on your digital skills? Have you done the necessary? Have you read up enough? Have you gone into the industry to find out what are the deep tech trends that are happening? So that's one. And we have also created continuing professional courses, short courses that are open to members of the public. So some of our best courses that have been very popular with the public would be cyber security, right? So the aviation industry has always been, I mean, we are basically very concerned about security issues. So cyber security is also one very popular course that has actually gained a lot of popularity with the masses. So that's one of the key trends, you know, being aware of which parts of the industry are hiring and how are you equipped to take on these new roles, because the industry would have changed very much so. So that's the other thing. And thirdly, also to also understand that our role as educators, as a university, is also to make sure that students stay interested, students stay engaged and will join the industry via the university, after the pandemic. So we are doing our part by also creating innovation competitions, regional-wide innovation competitions that are open to countries like India, Bangladesh, Korea, China, Malaysia, and we have received many applications to join this competition. So we see it as also our way of paying it forward, keeping the next generation, keeping the young people interested in our industry by giving them problem statements to solve and all of that. So yeah, that's how we're doing it.
Fantastic. Thank you, Kim. Perhaps you would like to add something, Mr. Izzuddin?
Okay, thanks, Aida. Aviation, especially aircraft maintenance, it's once you're involved in the industry, it's a continuing process of learning.
Right.
As long as you're in the industry, you'll keep on learning until you end up, you finish, you cut off from the industry. So with regards to Polytechnic Banting, we have the so-called the 3 years grace period before the industry is back to normal. So what we could do to our students is we fed them everything we could, the knowledge, the experience, the hands-on things, the skills that they needed, so that once the industry is normalized, they can be back on track, they can have the sufficient knowledge, and they can be no problem with them once they join the industry someday. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, all my friends out there who's watching, thank you so much for being with us. This AsBAA Discovery session definitely something that is very important, close to my heart, and we receive a lot of feedback. We see the benefit, we see the value that we bring to the community, to the institution, and in AsBAA we would love to continue doing this. Thank you for all of our panelists here today. Kim from Singapore, Dr. Hafizi from Miat, and Mr. Izzuddin from Polytechnic Banting. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you for joining the session, staying with us, and we really appreciate this in AsBAA. We actually stand strong with these 3 pillars: the advocacy, the presentation, and the community. So the AsBAA Discovery part is doing a lot more on that community part. So thank you to all the sponsors, thank you to the participants, thank you to Ministry of Transport Malaysia, thank you to Civil Aviation Authority Malaysia, thank you very much to all of our platinum sponsors, Dassault Aviation, Gulfstream, and World Fuel. Thank you to all the sponsors. Thank you so much for making this big event a reality today. Thank you so much. And that's the end of our session. I would like to pass this back to Anthony from Hong Kong. Thank you.